will not be in vain. Heavenly Father, I pray you empower all resource persons that they will give according to your glory. All this we ask in the name of Jesus. Father.
Thank you, Jude. While remain standing, please, can we, the national anthem. Is there any special arrangement for? Please, let's sit down. Before my opening address, I want to welcome all of us to this second National Mcpd taking place in Lagos. I want to ask all management committee members to please come to the high table, and all the trustees here present should please come to the high table. Manuel Mark, with your usher, please arrange them properly, please. Arrange them properly. I want to recognize all other council members here present. I can see senior high-ranking officers, a member of council, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Abeji, Shola Abeji. Thank you so much. I can see the chairman of the state of Osun, or the Osun State Chairman, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Adedoye. Thank you so much. Is another branch chairman here? I saw Oloye, or your chairman, and I can see senior fellows here present. You know, we have senior and new fellows now, but fellow is fellow. But there's hierarchy even in the other realm. There's hierarchy. So I want to welcome all fellows, the new fellows that will be inducted tomorrow. I welcome you to this event. I want to welcome all associates, pensioners, students, physically and online, because I know some of these categories of people I've mentioned or group are online. I welcome you to these events. Noble colleagues, I'm sure as we start, we should be pleased, well prepared for this event. My trustees, thank you so much for coming early. And my AHNS, always some, you know, professors, they don't come late. Thank you so much. Noble colleagues, let the chairman take over from here. Go straight, please.
President and noble colleagues, I want to also call on our resource persons for today. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Olalekan Abodirin. If he's here, he can move up to high table. Olalekan Abodirin. I just called him a few minutes ago. He said he's here. Okay, Estate Surveyor and Benga Ismail, second. Please come up to the high table. Come and sit here. Mr. President, our trustees, our own assistant, national secretary, fellows of the institution, incoming fellows. When I say incoming, you're already a fellow, but by tomorrow you're still incoming. So by tomorrow after your induction, you'll be conferred with the rights and privileges. So I want to welcome you all. Associates above 10 and below, probational graduates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you all to our second MCPD for this council year. As at today, I just want to give us an information so that you are not discouraged. And here in Lagos, when it comes to programs in the mornings, there's a way you will come for program. You have traffic issues, and it stops you from going for early morning meetings. As at now, we had over 600, close to 600 persons registered, and we have over 150 online. And that is why we must start now so that we can accommodate our members so that they don't start leaving because we have not started. So for today, by way of my opening remark, discounted cash flow is a technique that determines the present value of future cash flow. This approach can be used to derive the value of an investment. The tool requires the calculation of company's free cash flow in addition to the net present value of the free cash flow. There are also three major concepts in discounted cash flow: net present value, discounted rate, and the free cash flow. It is therefore correct to say that the theme of this year's National NCPD painstakingly tagged analysis of significant data input in discounted cash flow technique, a guide for practical application, and a case study of office property valuation is not only well-timed, but very expedient and apt. I'm honored to address this gathering, our distinguished colleagues, as the chairman of the National NCPD of our great institution, and to heartily welcome you all to the second seminar, like I said, in the record and the history of this administration, ably led by our own brilliant president, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Jambula Mebo. The primary aim of the National NCPD is to ensure that our expertise are enhanced, broadened, and scaled up beyond what formal education will permit. And this National NCPD committee, ably led by my good self, have decided to make learning not just structured, but practical and relevant to our practice our practice, and also to allow members to focus more specific skills and knowledge that will help them become better estate surveyors and valuers and deliver quality service to our clients. One of the major advantages of this DCF is that it can be applied to a wide variety of company projects and many other investments, as long as their future cash flow can be estimated. Also, the DCF tells us the intrinsic value of an investment, which reflects the necessary assumptions and characteristics of an investment. Thus, there is no need to look for pairs for comparison. Investors can also create different scenarios and adjust the estimated cash flow for each scenario to analyze how their returns will change, from different conditions. The use of also this discounted cash flow has some limitations. It is very sensitive. The cash flow, terminal value, and discounted rates. A large amount of assumptions needs to be made to forecast for future performance. DCF analysis of a company is often based on the three-statement model. If the future cash flow of a project cannot be reasonably estimated, the DCF is less reliable. So innovative projects and growth companies are some examples where DCF approach might not apply. Instead, other valuation models can be used, such as comparable analysis and precedent transactions. So it is therefore my belief that this seminar will, among other things, shed more light on where and how standard cash flow techniques can be used to value a stock, company projects, and many other assets or activities, both in investment industry and the corporate finance management. Let me conclude by saying that as estate surveyors and valuers, we need to gain advanced knowledge in the use of one, discounted cash flow to evaluate investment by discounting estimated future cash flow. Two, how to whether a project how to know whether a project or investment is profitable using DCF. And 3, future cash flows, the technique, the terminal values, and the discounted rates to conduct a DCF analysis. Distinguished colleagues, it is important for us to have also a good understanding of DCF steps in conducting it, and what to take into consideration while conducting a DCF approach, while using DCF to appraise projects. Therefore, I hope that our own resource persons today, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Recon Abodorin, and my very good friend, Estate Surveyor Benga, will do justice to these topics, such that we will all live here with advance, knowing that we've learned skills to enhance our career and profession, and though we also become better in the marketplace, being able to manage the different transactions in the marketplace, will be more relevant in the marketplace by what I know, that the justice I know that they will do to these topics. I congratulate our president, Mr. President, and chairman of council, Estate Surveyor Jombul, and the members of the MCPD committee for providing this platform to enrich our body of knowledge in this field. And I wish all of us, all participants, both physically online, a wonderful deliberation. Thank you all for coming. Yeah, colleagues and friends, I want to, on this note, invite the president of the institution, our own Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Jombul Ameevo, president, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, to come and give us his opening.
Thank you. Let me first of all acknowledge here present, basically, the Assistant Honorary National Secretary of our institution, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Professor Olurotimi Kemiki. I want to acknowledge the members of the Board of Trustees here present, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Professor A.C. Otegbulu, and Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Elder Julius Onamure. I also want to acknowledge all council members here present. Let me acknowledge the 2 resource persons today. Before I continue, these are among the best brains we have in our institution. They are one of those who we call assets of the profession. Lekon and Benga, thank you so much. I know I can't, I don't know how many people online right now, but let me acknowledge everybody who are virtually present for this MCPD. Well, I commence. The chairman in session, if is here, council members in attendance, fellows of the institution here present, elders of our profession here present, our able facilitators, guest speakers, and distinguished noble colleagues. I welcome you to the 2023 National MCPD taking place at this venue today, Monday, 30th January 2023. We are gathered here this morning to brainstorm at this very important seminar with the 2 topics: analysis of data inputs in discounted cash flow technique, a guide for practical application, and a case study of the office property valuation. And the second one, the effects of wrong applications of depreciation, outgoings, and basis of valuation exercise, a case study of petrol filling station and farm valuations. As a distinguished professional body, competently assuming its role in the big stage as notable leaders. It is noteworthy to affirm how greatly our unmatched experience and inputs in the built environment have radiated outwardly towards creating value in our national economic trajectory over the year. The remarkable strides we have taken as key players in the land industry cannot be overlooked, considering the depth of socio-economic development we bring to the table from unconventional management strategies exhibited and traceable to the root of our unwavering competence as professionals. It is well-known fact, it's a well-known fact that information makes the world go round. Information is indeed vital to the practice of real estate, as sound decision-making in the property market is solely dependent on the source, accuracy, and volume of information at the disposal of a professional. The transformation of data collected on given property, which usually comes in the form of sale price or streams of rental income, requires the use of relevant data analysis techniques. The estate surveyor and valuers are by training equipped to project returns based on discounted cash flows when providing professional advice to prospective investors on viability appraisal of proposed investments. The recognition of estate surveyor and valuers by Section 56(1) of the Public Procurement Act 2007 provides a legal backing for the exclusive preparation of valuation reports by registered members. Furthermore, the Estate Surveyor and Valuers Association Board of Nigeria Decree 24 recognizes estate surveyor and valuers as the only professional saddled with this responsibility. The position of the law is captured evidently, empowers registered estate surveyors and valuers to function fully in the capacity of property valuation, but it is, however, sad to note that the incursion of unskilled personnel lacking adequate training to gauge the operation of the property market has impacted negatively on professional practice as they act in complete ignorance of existing codes of professional conduct. The infiltration of these non-professionals affects the reliability of data and analysis due to the bulk of information available being mostly inaccurate and leading to gross blunders in results obtained during analysis. The trust and faith of the public must be rebuilt by surmounting this menace accordingly through legislative measures targeted at offenders. The engagement of professional services offered by registered estate surveyor and valuer will alleviate economic losses and hardship, as good data analysis from trained and qualified professionals will boost the opportunity for feasible investment, having expected viability. The investment of infant industries and attraction of foreign direct investment will be made a reality owing to the accuracy of information analysis and the precision of professional advice on class of investment and their alternatives. We remain poor, whilst having sustained collaboration with the federal, state, and local government in the realization of the housing sector, particularly in a crucial moment as this, where we inch closer to having a transition in leadership. I do believe strongly that the submissions of this seminar will bring limelight, merits, and challenges bordering on the significance of data input using the discounted cash flow technique and provide pragmatic approaches towards solving the identified problems. This is also another advocacy platform, which is one of the cardinal objectives of this administration. I want to express my deep appreciation to the chairman of the MCPD, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Mark, Emmanuel and his team, and all members of the committee who work tirelessly towards the organization and execution of this seminar. Before I end my address, I want to once again acknowledge the two resource persons who are here present. I want to enjoin all of us to please listen carefully, because I know we are all going to go back home well-informed, well-equipped to face the future. I want to thank them especially for taking out time to do their research. They are here today to teach us. This is only for us to teach us what we should know about the two topics before us today. And I'm very, very sure they will do justice these two topics. On that note, noble colleagues, while we finish this program, I said, by His grace, I wish you all, because I'm seeing people from different locations, from different states. Hopefully, by His grace, we'll all get back to our destinations safely in Jesus' name. Noble colleagues, I want to thank you for listening to this address. God bless you all. Thank you, and thank you.
Noble colleagues, a round of applause for our president once again on that powerful keynote address. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Our president is stickler to time and has been able to do a good, proper keynote address. We want to welcome you formally once again to the MCPD, the National MCPD. The next item on the agenda for the programs for today is introduction of the lead speaker. But meanwhile, while the president was giving his keynote address, some notable members of our institution walked in, and we can't afford not to get them recognized. We have the chairman of the board of trustees of our dear institution, Oshen Duwan, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, make honor. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. We have our first vice president, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Only Alunge. You are welcome, sir. Introduction continues, but meanwhile, let me just quickly call on our lead speaker. And for his introduction, I will call on Estate Surveyor and Valuer Wale Afolabi, one of the newest fellow, to give a brief.
Noble colleagues, part of the introduction, our central bank governor, I used to call her CBN governor, is also here. Please come to the item. It's our CBN governor, but it's not the one wanted by some people.
You are welcome to the item.
Then I also want to acknowledge very specially the chairman of Board of Fellows here in our midst, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Dr. Ire Okoli, the chairman of the Board of Fellows. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, our president. Not forgetting our host chairman, the chairman of a Lagos branch of the institution, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Adebisi Demola Alade. You are welcome. You are recognized. Please kindly walk up to the front seats that it is reserved for you.
Sorry, let me stand up for my chairman.
The powerful chairman, please
Very
come
powerful.
to the high table.
Come in. She should please come to the high table, please. I need to stand up.
Our president is standing up for the host chairman.
If you are, we know what happened in Edo State, that ward where the former chairman of APC, when the ward withdrew his membership, chairman issue was affected. So I don't want this chairman to come and do me that will affect my the national. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, our president. And as the program progresses, other important members will be duly acknowledged. May I call on Estate Surveyor and Valua Wale Rafolabi, a fellow of the institution.
Good morning. I'm to introduce the lead speaker. My president, my first vice, board of trustee, and council member. Mr. Iseke Olalekan Aboderen is one of newly elected fellow. We're same class. We paid for fellow, sir, to register, yet to be inducted. He holds a bachelor's degree in estate management from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, a master's degree in facility management from University of Lagos, and another master's degree in estate management from OAU, Ife. Currently undergoing a PhD program in estate management in the same university, Ife. He is a seasoned estate surveyor and valuer, a fellow yet to be inducted, a member of the Estate Surveyor and Valuer Registration Board. Olalekan is qualified and is a chartered arbitrator, fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrator and senior member of Chartered Institute of Loans and Risk Management of Nigeria, and also earned an international certification in project management as project management professional from the Project Management Institute, USA. His interest in lecturing and research keeps him abreast of development in the profession. He has been privileged to attend short courses abroad in areas relevant to estate surveying and valuation profession. Mr. Aboderen is the lead advisor of Olalekan Aboderen Consulting, a firm of estate surveyors and valuers, and the directors of studies, Real Academy, a center for real estate professional development with accreditation of NAIVS and SVABON as external training provider. He is the current chairman of NAIVS professional groups of project finance and management. That's our lead speaker.
Mr. President, with your kind permission, we did decide that, I don't know if people will want to sit here or there, we reserve that seat for members of the high table so that you can look at the slides.
Sorry, please, please running. Chairman, sir.
Okay, I don't even know where to start from. Well, I remain my humble self, ESV Olalekan Aboderen, an associate of the profession. Thank you. All protocol observed. My president, the first Vice President here present, all council members, the BOT members, and especially the chairman of the BOT members, and my chairman to welcome us in, maybe from tomorrow. And all noble colleagues here present. I am here to talk about scanted cash flow. I see it as a privilege to stand before you, particularly where I have my lecturers, the professors, and I have senior colleagues to talk about this topic. I do hope that at the end of my presentation, it will really worth the time that you are put into this. Having said that, please let's have the topic slide. My topic is analysis of significant data inputs in discounted cash flow techniques. And we are looking at it from practical perspectives. And I have a case study, an foundation of an office building, to demonstrate the application of discounted cash flow. This topic, simply put, is for us to know how to arrive at each of the variables that are required for us to be able to apply discounted cash flow techniques. Before I go further, let me mention that DCF is a very versatile tool. It's a tool that you can use, of course, for appraisal, feasibility test. You use these same tools for business valuation. But delimiting the scope of my topic, and right as you will see from my topic, this topic is focusing on using these DCF techniques for valuation purpose, not for project appraisal, not for business valuation. Because the case study is what? Office property. However, the principle remains the same. The underlying theory and principle remain the same. It's only the data input, particularly the cash flow, that will change. And probably our processes, particularly if we are using it for project appraisal, then we'll be talking about arriving at net present value. But when it is for valuation, we'll be talking about arriving at gross present value, which is our capital value. So our aim here is actually to see how to use these tools, how to use these techniques to value properties, even if it is residential. The only difference between office and residential here will be how you assess your rental value, the basis of comparison. For office property, you talk about per square meter. Whereas when it is residential, you talk about accommodation details and so on. So I can say that what we will discuss today will be relevant even if you want to value residential property. But delimiting my scope, please, we are looking at discounted cash flow as valuation technique and valuation of property. Please, let's go. The aim here is like you are missing some of my events, so I'm not seeing some of my events here. What PowerPoint are you using? Can you use my system? Please take my system. Come and take my system. Come and take my system, please. You have lost quite a lot of the effects there on this slide. Yes, quite a lot of effects. Thank you. Okay, why I wait for the ICT guy, you see, you have lost a lot of effect there. While I wait for the ICT guys, please, let me quickly pass this as sensitization. During Education Summit held last year, I heard the chairman of SFABON, our own chairman, passing comments talking about human anatomy, whether in Nigeria, in China, in Togo, in US, wherever it is, human anatomy remains the same. Hence, the science of medicine remains the same. Why do we always argue that the science of essay surveying and valuation is different? Why do we feel that what we learn, what we have in books, what are already documented through in the processes are not practicable? Right? Just like one of my mentor, Brian Tracy, will tell you that why will you say a principle works in US and it will not work in Nigeria? Do you need to Nigerianize a car produced in Germany before it will run on Nigerian road? No. No. So what that means, therefore, is that we should be ready to follow best practices. What we want to discuss here is with practical view, however, we're recognizing the underlying principles and theories of discounted cash flow. Okay. Okay, I think we are ready. Let's quickly go into the topic because of time. Well, the aim of this presentation is to demonstrate the process of determining key data inputs. If we don't know how to determine your equated yield, we don't know how to determine the growth rates, we don't know how to determine or assess or forecast trends, you cannot use discounted cash flow. So, and that is why this MCPD is very, very important. And I can assure you that while emphasizing about principles and theories, I will be giving us the practicality of everything I will say, because this is what we do in my practice. And let me mention that era of just, putting figures together and saying this is my opinion, it's my opinion, is gone in our valuation practice, and it has gone forever. So please, let's open our mind to see the practicalities of the underlying principles and theories of valuation. Now, the objectives. Number one, I know that we are all noble colleagues. We just want to refresh our knowledge about the principles that underpins standard cash flow techniques. And again, to be able to analyze the various data and be able to therefore apply discounted techniques in our various practices. Given that, I said this time around, discounted cash flow techniques is a model of income capitalization. But demand for it is increasing. The need to use it is increasing. And a lot of research out there have shown that we are not using it. I'm talking about documented findings. Therefore, this is like to provide us opportunity to know how to apply. Now, these are some of the reasons why the demand for discounted cash flow or the use of discounted cash flow is increasing. Number one is that clients are now more demanding for it. One of our professional colleagues had cost to value for mortgage one day, and when he submitted, the bank returned the valuation and said they wanted the valuation to be done using DCF. So I got to know of that. Again, I have few clients that we do valuation for financial reporting. This case study is one of our practical experience, what we do for them, that we render valuation for financial reporting too. And in their financial policy, the valuation method is discounted cash flow. So clients are demanding for it more. And if we read books, the conditions that led to the promulgations, that led to the inventing these various growth explicit model will tell us why clients are demanding for it. Then I said the method is explicit. It's not cloudy, unlike our term and reversion, our conventional, where growth is implied. This one, the clients can have a feel of it and equally see their property beyond bricks and mortar, but rather as an investment vehicle. Then it conforms with economic reality because truly inflation is endemic in every national economy today. And more importantly to us as asset surveyors and valuers is the fact that DCF, because of its structure, is very, very flexible. DCF is very flexible, and this flexibility allows us to play around with the dynamics of transactions and market dynamics. For example, the last market shock that we experienced, which is COVID, with DCF, you can easily demonstrate variability in valuation. With DCF, you can easily demonstrate and accommodate tenant incentive. With DCF, you can accommodate rent-free period, as we did in this case study I want to show you. So DCF is more flexible. Given all this, therefore, is becoming more demanding for us to use DCF. Now, in using DCF, you have two major issues. The first one has to do with the process. We must know the process of applying DCF. Let me give you an example from experience. A firm, I won't mention name, after computing DCF, and they had issue that the figure was too outrageous. So they came to my office, and I think your calculation, let me see your spreadsheet. So when running through, they only made an error of wrong application of yield. We will see that. That's why in my slide there, I standard it as a note of caution. In wrong application of yield, they got their yield, but they applied one of the yield wrongly. And it gave them, very, very wrong results. So we must understand the process. And equally, we must understand how to arrive at the various inputs. Those inputs are the variables that will go into the processes so that we can have our opinion of value that will be market derived. Now, going to the theory, principles, and practice. Not to waste your time, noble colleagues, let me just summarize this slide by saying that DCF is nothing but what? Income capitalization approach. Because these days I have a lot of people talking about DCF, almighty DCF. There's nothing almighty there. It's only that it's a growth explicit model. Instead of using YP, you see, I have one or two slides to demonstrate that, to show you that. Instead of using YP as a formula, as a figure valuation table, DCF applies what? Working from first principle. Discounting based on pattern and timing of your income flow. That's all. And because of that structure, it's able to allow for forecast of income. Forecast of income. And that makes it growth explicit. So it's not a method on its own. It's an income approach. It's a model under income approach, but it's a contemporary model because now it allows for demonstration of income, growth in income. And that is DCF. I quoted this, but I don't want to waste your time, that anything you do using investment approach, even if you use your YP in PEP, what YP in PEP does is to discount all income and sum it together in perpetuity. if we care to go and see how we derive all those formulas. That's what he does. Okay, so everything, I don't want to waste your time. Now, again, I showed us the fundamental to show that PCF is nothing other than income capitalization. Your income capitalization, the fundamental is income multiplied by YP. Then what is our YP? What is our YP here? Look at our YP. Our YP is sigma P fees. And that is the equation you have seen there. If you analyze this equation, it will produce YP single rate. If you analyze that equation will give you YP single rate. When N in P fee tends to 0, your YP in perpetuity will emerge. So it's basically income capitalization. This is the same thing as we will see under DCF. Now, I said DCF follow the same underlying. The only difference is that it recognizes growth in income. So therefore, we have the pattern of income flow and we have the timing and we can treat them respectively accordingly. So I give you an example for finite income over a short period of time. This is DCF. This is DCF. This is the model equation. This is saying income for year 1, income for year 2 because of growth. Assuming your income remains the same, you can factorize Y and you have your YP straight. It's the same thing. So this is DCF. This one does not have exit value. Why? Because it's for finite and very short period of time. That can be likened to where you are to value for a developer who has 20 or 25 years to run the property. You don't use YP in perpetuity for that, right? Because his income is only for 25 years. Okay, so I give another example where it is for a longer term or in perpetuity. There, you see PO there. That requires what we call exit value. We'll see that. And I define all my YP. Because of time, I want to take you to that. Now, important notice. These notes, I want us to have this note in mind. Number one, that we must match our income, nature of income, with the nature of yield. Let me explain. When you use growth, when you allow growth in income, you must equally use yield that demonstrate growth, and that is equated yield. So when you forecast and allow growth in income, your discount rate will be equated yield. When you assume your income to remain constant all through, then you use your all risk yield. We will see the application as I proceed. Now, the second important note for us is that DCF is very, very, very strong. It's a very versatile techniques. These techniques can produce and generate market value or fair value, as the case may be, just as it can generate worth. Where you want objectivity, then you arrive at market value. And to arrive at market value, what does it take? All variables, all input into your valuation process must come from the market. I don't know if I'm making sense. Not from the investor, not peculiar to the property. They must come from the market. Even if half of the property is let, half is vacant. But within that neighborhood, void rate is just about 10%. Then you will recognize 10% because that's what the market is saying. It might be 50% unoccupied because of the decision of the owner. You are not looking at value to the investor there. You are looking at the place of that property in the market. Hypothetical buyer, hypothetical tenant, hypothetical transaction. Situating the property in the market. All variables must be derived from the market, including your equated yield, including your all risk yield, including your growth rates. Everything must come from the market. However, I say when you do that, you have more we call market value. And I think David Isaac said that allows for objectivity. It will lead you to objective value. But when you take what we call target rate of return, for example, that is rate of return expected by an investor to do your discounting. Does that represent the position in the market? No. Given that, therefore, you are looking at value from the perspective of that individual. That is what? That will give us what? Okay, so you can apply this CF to arrive at market value, as objective as practicable, and you can use your DCF to arrive at what? So please, then I send a note of caution. I said we should, however, know, even from my explanation, that market value is not the same thing as what? Market value is within hypothetical markets, hypothetical open markets. What is what we call investment value? Value to an investor or to a particular investor. Now, the process. How do we apply? How do we apply? Not to waste our time, let me just run through the process. Number one is that we have to determine or assess current likely realizable net rents. Please, that word, I deliberately use that caption. Current realizable, likely realizable net rents. Why do we say realizable? Because from market to market, you have what we call void rates, vacancy rates. It means that you cannot, it's not in all cases you expect 100% occupation. Noble colleagues, even let's say you can always enjoy 100% occupation. What of the period between one letting and the other? Huh? Period between one letting or the other. Period of refixing or improving, then of putting it in market before you now consummate another transaction and you relate. That, of course, will impact on the what? On the income generation potential of the property. At this point, let me mention that valuation is not a gambling game. It's for us to interpret the behavior of participants in the market and market analysis. So we need to determine what is likely to be realizable. And your rent is not totally net unless under full repairing and insuring lease. In Lagos, what do we practice? Do we practice full repairing and insuring lease? No. So if you are doing market data collections and analysis, you must know the nature of the data you have collected. You must therefore know what forms of analysis you must do to make it the net. So it has to be net. Because in Lagos, we do internal repairing and insuring, just as it is common in Abuja. As we will see in my further slide, all our common YP that we were taught in school, now we have development. They were in arrears. But in Lagos, senior colleagues, let's forget about my contemporaries now. Do we collect rents in arrears? No. These are things we must put in place while carrying out our analysis. And I think I have something like that here. So then future likely realizable net rents. When you have your current rents, from your current rents, you project. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. My seal is very important. my chairman, sir. So, who is the timer? Injury time. Okay. Okay. Thank you, my chairman. Now, I said future likely realizable net rent. This is where forecasting comes in. Don't forget that DCF is discounted cash flow. You have to project, you have to forecast income over a convenient time. In some literature says over a study period. Some literature says over an assumed holding period. Take a convenient time. But this convenient time, literature have advised that it could be between 10 to 15 years. And I think international valuation standard equally specify 15 years. So please, let's consult international standard too. So you take that convenient time and do forecasting. But the basis of your forecasting is the current realizable net rents. You take off from what is current and now trend to the future. You forecast, maybe for 10, 15 years, showing how rent will grow based on your implied rate. We'll see that. So then after that, if you have taken your convenient time of holding period of say 15 years, what happened in an event, like in this property, I think it has 78 years or 75, I'm not sure. What happened in an event that the CFO has 89 years to run? Okay? What happened? It has 89 years to run. Now you have projected forecasting income for 15 years. The remainder of that is interest. 89 minus 15, that should be what? About 74. Yeah, 74 years. Do you throw that away? No. And you cannot continue to forecast in perpetuity. Documented literature have shown that you can take convenient time, study time, or holding period time. And I said about 15 years. So the remainder, you have to now recognize the income that will accrue for the remainder of that 74 years, assuming a notional sales. You assume a notional sales. That will lead you to what? Exit value. That is, at the end of that 15 years, what is the worth of the remainder of its interest? That is exit value. So you determine that. Now, when we do that, the next phase is for us to now determine our discount rate. In using growth explicit model, when you are to determine market value, your discount rate is equated yield, and it must come from the market. Not from thinking, not from intuitions. The moment, yes, you can use target rates of return. The moment you use target rate of return, you will not arrive at market value. You will arrive at what? What? Investment value, value to that particular investor. So you can use target rate too. But again, that will equally lead you to weighted average cost of capital. You can use it. That will equally give you worth. Because you are looking at that property from the face of the business. That will give you worth. Now, but if it is market value or fair value, the assess equated yield. So for the purpose of my own case study, what we have done here is equated yield. Then, when you get your discount rate, we will now have to discount all our inflows. These inflows will include all the forecast rents, including what? The exit value where applicable. Then, as at that time, you have all of them in present value. You have discounted them. You just sum them together. When you sum them together, without removing capital outlay there, you have what we call gross present value. If it is for a project appraiser, you will remove all outflows, isn't it? Then you have net present value. But in this case, it's for valuation. The only outflow you will remove are all those outgoings which we have treated. So you have gross present value, which represents your what? Your capital value, the value of the property you want to do. So you just sum up and have that. Now, what are these key, from the processes that I've explained, we would have been having the feel of the likely key variables. So what are these key variables? What are these key variables? The first one is rental income. That is the current and the rent you have to forecast. Then the second one is your implied annual growth rate. There are a lot of reasons why they call it implied annual growth rate. Then we have our all-risk yield. We have our equator yield. And finally, we have the tenor, the period of income flow. So these are key variables. Let's quickly run them. The first one, which is our rental income. This rental income analysis of likely realizable net rents, current one. And when we do that, that will give us basis to now project to the future, adopting our what? Implied annual growth rates. So projecting to the future to us as valuers is very simple. We only use amount of 1 naira table. If your rent review period is 3 years, your end will be 3 years. Your high there becomes your growth rate, and that becomes your escalation factor or your rent review factor. As simple as that. Just as the way you equally analyze your growth rate, anyway, we'll say that. Okay, so then the second one, that is growth rates now. This growth rate in our calculation has two importance. The first one is that is what we use to forecast. The second one is that it's a major input in your equator yield. It's a major input in arriving at your equator yield. Just as you need it to forecast your rent. So I think I've summarized that. Okay, let me just mention this. Implied annual growth rate. We know that when we say annual growth rate, rent ordinarily, that will be an indication that every year, let's say 3% rent increases by 3%. But because of covenants, we know that the practice is that you don't review rent yearly. Do we? No. The market will tell you whether rent is reviewable every 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, as the case may be. So you need to now, those annual increase, you now compound them over the rent review period. That's where amount of 1 naira table comes in. To determine your rent review factor or rent escalation factor. Now, to determine the growth rates, we have various approaches. In classroom, if I am in classroom, I will test my student on the number 1 and number 2. But in the field, I use number 3. Why? Because number 1, assume that you already have your equator yield. Where do you have it from? Except when you want to determine what, where you can obtain target rates from the investor. Where do you have equator yield from? Oh, otherwise, if you have a data center where you have been analyzing projects and you have what we call internal rate of return, because that's equally a proxy for equator yield. Without that, it's practically not feasible to have gotten equator yield. And this formula requires that you already know equator yield and you already have your all-risk yield, your market yield. Then you apply that formula to determine growth rates. However, in my practice, I use it too. But what do I use it for? I use it to validate my process. I use that formula to validate my process. I use the last one to determine my growth rate. As we will see later, input my growth rate to determine my equator yield and all-risk yield. And at the end of the day, I want to see what is with this growth rate and all-risk yield. Sorry, with this equator yield and all-risk yield, what will the growth rate be? I subject it to that formula. You know, and it has always been giving satisfactory result. Not exactly the same, but around the same figure. Now, so the second alternative is the same thing. You need to have obtained your equator yield. And I say practically with my own experience, equator yield does not exist in vacuum. It's not something you just, and it's not, don't guess. Guessing and assumptions create departure in our evaluation. Variance, wide variance. If I use data and you use data, I use the same process, you use the same process, our opinion of value will be within the same margin of error. Very minimal. And so, my recommendation for the practicality, which is part of your take home from my presentation, is that you use the the last one. And this last one is not from me. You find them in books, in finance books, in valuation books. If you go to even Ogumba documents this in his book. If you go to Blackledge, Introducing Property Valuation, is there. If you go to Peter White, is there. If you go to Markowitz, that's financial book, investment portfolio analysis, is there. But when I studied this, I realized that this is even from us. You know what the one led to this? It's your amount of ₦1. Last rent, compound it at G over N equals rent to be reviewed. When you factorize, you have this equation. It's in my write-up, but I don't put it here because of time. Okay, so now we can practically determine growth rates. Can we? Please, I need a response on that. Otherwise, I'll go back to that slide. Sorry, I am not a lecturer, but I run a center for real estate professional developments. So I like ECOM. Can we, do I take it to mean that with what I've said here, okay, maybe I should explain that the question may be better. Let's say you want to determine growth rate for a property now. All you need to do is determine, let's say in the last 5 years, 3 years, 6 years, what was the rent in the market, not rent on that property, in the market. So now, what is the current rent? Between that, if it's 6 years ago, you have N to be what? 6. So you will now, your first rent is that of 6 years. Your last rent is the current one. Substitute them into this. Your T there is the time, the interval between the two. And that will give you, sir? And that will give you the growth that is implied, annual growth that is implied, that has given that gap between first rent and last rent. What that means, let me put it to us. Let's say somebody has an investment of ₦1 million over 6 years. And that investment is, we can determine, at what rate has interest been compounded on it to arrive at 1.6 million. That's what that one does. And this is documented in books. And I tell you, if you forget this, just use your amount of ₦1 first rent into 1 plus G raised to power T equals last rent. Make your G subject of the formula. You will get your answer. So it's very easy to determine growth rates. Very, very easy to determine growth rates. So I want to take it that all of us were on the same page now. Okay, they are warning me that this guy, be careful. Okay, I will run. Now, all risk yield, very simple. There are different processes of determining all risk yield. Even built-up rates, you take risk-free rates and hard risk premium. But my concern is, how do you determine the risk premium? We don't have organized data center in Nigeria. The risk premium peculiar to that property, who has it? Textbook will say 2%. Is it really 2%? That would be an academic work. So let's do something more realistic. Because of that, there are other methods, formula, but I recommend our simple formula, which is full rental value divided by capital value. That is market rents, net, so not gross. If you obtain market rent today in Lagos or in anywhere in Nigeria, what do you have to do? First of all, convert it to net. Because that rent is gross on internal repairing and insuring lease. So if you apply it directly, you are mutilating the process. The process is net rent. Even in finance books, they will say net income. So let's quickly see. You can use that formula. In this case, you still need your equator G. But I recommend you will use the last one. Full rental value divided by capital value. Very easy. You already obtained your current rents, net. Then, from the market, comparative analysis Again, please, let me, because people always ask me that question. You have to value that property now. How will you know the capital value? It's not the capital value of that property that you need here. It's the capital value of that property in the market. That is similar property. Arm's length transaction. So that we equally call for comparability analysis, because not two, you cannot get two properties that are truly identical. So you do comparability analysis, reduce it to what will be a replica or an indication value, indicative value of that property. That will be your capital value. Equally, your full rental value will be taken from comparables. You analyze, reduce them, adjust for comparability to reflect the property you want to value. Then you apply them. We will see something like that. I don't know, but I think I have them in mind. So with this, again, our all risk sheet can be determined. My emphasis here, please. We should stop calling, Mr. Bordering, I'm doing one valuation in Allen. Please, what is the yield in that place? This is very common with us and it's very bad. And let me tell you from experience, for more than 6-7 years, in fact, starting from the life of about 2 years more before the death of Mr. Akinolawore of blessed memory, I've been facing encounter with Pricewater to defend my valuation. They want to see everything. And at the end of interaction, they will say, okay, pay his fee. 1 year, we didn't agree on fee. They took my job. That company gave my job to another person. I don't know. That January, because it's December. January, before end of January, they rushed to me. Did you do that valuation that time? We said yes. Please, you have to submit now. What happened? They said the Pricewater didn't accept the report because all variables were assumed. I will show you. I minimize as much as possible subjectivity. I'm not saying you don't see subjectivity, but I reduce it. I reduce subjectivity in my valuation. And again, let me tell you, noble colleagues, we say, when you apply investment method, the value might be small. That means you have wrongly applied it. In my own experience, most often, when you derive all data from market, whatever you see as capital value here, analyze your DCF complete. Go and check it with this capital value. It will be very, very close. You will see it here. It will be very close. So who say they are not practicable? Who say they are theory? And if we say they are theory, like I quote my chairman, Eswabon, about human anatomy. If you say they are theory, then what are we practicing as essence surveyors and valuers? What's the science behind that? So please, noble colleagues, this is all risk cheat. As simple as that is coming from the market. Rent is coming from the market. Average capital value is coming from the market. So your all risk cheat is equally market derived. Now, discount rate. Your discount rate can be target rate. That will give you what? But in this case, we are looking at market value. So my discount rate is what? Equated yield. You have complex formula for equated yield, but I have this simple one. Documented in books. Blackledge has it. White has it. Markowitz dimension has this. So why are we burdening ourselves with complex figures? This one is saying when you know your all risk cheat. In fact, Ogumba has this too. When you know your all risk cheat, add your growth rate to it and remove 0.5%. The second one says don't remove. What's the difference? The difference is this. When your all risk cheat and growth rate is from new property or continuously hypothetically new property, then you must remove 0.5%. That is 0.5% from Peter White. He says is a demonstration of the impacts of depreciation on your rental value. Because the basis you have used is brand new property, but your property is not in a brand new state anymore. So all those depreciation effects would have been impacting the rental value. So analysis research have shown that that is the constant, which is 0.5%. But in a situation where you have analyzed the rental income based on the condition of your property, you have adjusted for comparability, you have analyzed the capital value based on seeing your property in view, you have adjusted for comparability, you don't use that again. You use the second one. And this is documented. We have our growth rate, we have our all-risk yield. Who say we cannot have equated yield with this? This is not about any formula. These are in books that I referenced. Okay? So we can apply this. Now, our term, that is the tenor. I don't know. Okay, let me just explain this briefly. Your tenor is long, usually 99 years, 75 years, and what have you. Take convenient holding period, determine exit value at the end of that holding period. The question they have now is the exit value. When you are to determine your exit value, the appropriateness of your YP and your yield is very important. If the tenor, the remainder of the tenor is far, far less than 50 years, is a clear wasting asset. Treat it clearly as wasting asset. You therefore use YP single rate for that remainder. But where, let's say you have about 80 years, you have taken 15 years as convenient time for income projection. You now have the leftover of 65 years. 65 years is long enough to be deemed to be in perpetuity. And that position is documented. Because with discounting, it has been documented that more than 90% of capital value are contributed by income for the first 30 years of property holding. And you can see this in modern method. So it means subsequent ones are contributing less and less and less. So if you capitalize for 60 years using YP single rate, I've done that, and you capitalize in part the same rate, the margin will be negligible. So it can be deemed to be what? To be in perpetuity. And that's very convenient for us. And for most of us that ask questions, CFO is 99 years now. So how are we going to treat it? You have the solution from me. Now, I've explained that. So let's go because my time is running. Application now. This case study is an office building on 5 floors. And it's in VI, recently built. We valued it 2021, and it was for financial reporting. The basis of valuation, therefore, becomes fair value. This is the summary of the lettable space, the lettable spaces that we have. Ground floor provides for parking and some site offices. Then we have all other ones. Then this building, if we go to for financial reporting, the standard, the use of your property is important. In this case, it's partly of income generating and investment property, and partly of corporate real estate because they occupy some floors. Now, these are the significant inputs. All this, we analyze all this based on all the principles and theories that I've explained. If we look at it, our growth rates, that's why we have rents as at 2016 and rents as at 2021. The essence of 2016 and 2021 is to determine our growth rate. The interval between the two is 6 years. When you subject that to your analysis, you have your growth rate, which is 0.0782. Even if you use amount of 1 naira table, it will give you this. So using that formula that I said, you arrive at this. Then again, we have the capital value there was from the market, analyzing other comparables, making serious adjustment. Because there can be error there. Equally, even the rent as at 2021 from the market too. And that of 2016. So you do the same process, you arrive at your growth rate. Now, because we have current rents, converting our current rent to net, which you will see there, net market rents, dividing it by our capital value gives us our all risk yield. So we have growth rate now, we have all risk yield. Substituting that to our equation for equated yield, we have our equated yield. Don't let me waste your time, noble colleagues. Let's go to because I don't know if maybe I have just 5 minutes. Okay, before I go to the discounted cash flow spreadsheet, this our valuation, we have underlying assumptions and premises. The first one is that we have calculated outgoings to be 10.132. This is inclusive of land use charge. We equally have 3 months rent-free period. This was at this was after the aftermath of COVID. You know why I did that? Mid-2020, this same company called us to do valuation, mid-year valuation. And what were they trying to look at? Looking for the impacts of COVID, that market shock, in their reports. So it's not evaluation as usual. So at the end of the day, to God be the glory, we were able to do it. And our findings during that time led us to this one. 3 months rent-free period on current rent. As at that time, majority of the findings shows that COVID will last 2 years. Excess of errors and valuers confirmed that there are problems with letting and with management, income generation, default rates increasing. But most people say what they do is to allow rent-free period. All those things we introduce to our calculation. So we allow for that. We have rent. Rent is receivable in advance, which is what is operational here. Therefore, our discounting is equally what? In advance. Then we assume 15 years holding period. Then rent is to be reviewed every 3 years. It's realized from the market. And the remainder period, very long period, we deem it to be in perpetuity. These are the premise. Now, this is the spreadsheet. Let me just run through this spreadsheet. I think I'm about rounding up. You can see gross rental value. From gross, we are starting from 0. 0 means you are receiving rent now. That is the advance. Rent for this year, you receive it now, not at the end of the year. The moment that 0 is 1, that is in arrears. So if you go through your process of calculation, that means your rent is coming at the end of year 1. That's why you are discounting it. But if it's coming now, amount of 1 naira and PV of 1 naira has the same value at 0 year, isn't it? So and if you see that rent, that's 190 something. We have removed three rent for 3 months rent-free period. That represents about 1/4 of the year. We have removed it. That's the joy, the flexibility in DCF. Now, so we have that. We have likely realizable. With likely realizable, we have applied vacancy rates to determine what we can now get. Then we have likely realizable net. We have applied our outgoings to determine what will be net. Then our discount rates at all risk yield. Sorry, at equated yield. At equated yield. Then we discount all the income. So again, we now come to this. Now, that figure represents our exit value. That figure that I circled. That means we have capitalized the last rent using YP impaired because we deem the remainder to be in perpetuity. And at all risk yield, because as at that time, you are no more showing growth in income. So you use all risk yield to capitalize. But when you are discounting, you use equated yield to do all your discounting. And look at our final figure. This is a valuation that we have submitted and have defended. Look at that final figure. 2,916 million, out of which rent-free period has chopped up part of it. If rent-free period has not chopped up part of it, it will be higher than that. And therefore close to what? The billion that we see as that capital value. If you remember from my data, the capital value that led us to our all risk yield, 3 billion. This is 2,916,000,000. A difference of less than 100 million. If you find the percentage of that, it's very close. This is the capital value was arrived at using comparison, adjusting for comparability. This one is investment, DCF. So my emphasis here is if we allow best practice, follow principles, derive all information from the markets, valuation reliability will be very, very high. Variance will go down. And that is what we have seen from this. Now, recommendations. The first one is that all our data, if it is for market value, must come from the market. If it's for investment value, it's not compulsory. That's value to an individual. It's a special value. It's a market value with color. Color, seeing the perspective of that individual. But where it is market value, it must come, everything must come from the market. Please, as practicable as possible. Then, however, we need very good knowledge of mathematics of valuation. Otherwise, you won't be able to play around the structure of DCF. Otherwise, you won't be able to interpret your figures. Otherwise, the whole process would be very cumbersome to us. Again, you don't do all these things using manual. You don't. But the good news is that you only need basic Microsoft Excel skills. Basic one. You don't need advanced. Basic Microsoft Excel skills. And you'll be able to play around. In fact, you'll be able to come up with templates. In my office, we have templates for this. And don't ask me for my template too, because it's intellectual property. And I can place value on that. It's like on here. We have templates so that if I'm not around, my teams can work. And I only just do quality control and say, okay, we are good to go. Or why is this not like this? Because in some cases, there will be need for your sense of best judgment. Sense of best judgment is not what you just look up and say, oh, it's born out of experience. The data that is here, you are applying them. That's what it means. But when it is not here and you are giving judgments, you will give very wrong one. So, noble colleagues, you need spreadsheet knowledge. The more you can gather, the better. We play around with spreadsheets in my own case. This valuation, I stop because I don't want to go beyond my scope. We do sensitivity. They will require you to do sensitivity analysis. So this my report, if you see array of tables, array of charts, as if it's for project appraisal. Sensitivity analysis. And because of that, because of COVID, there was letter to valuers by Valuation Council, International Valuation Council, shortly after COVID. I applied that. We test for variability in our opinion of value. Because with sensitivity analysis now, we now have basis to test for variability. And we say, given the nature of the data and these processes, this is the percentage of variability to our opinion. It's not even up to 10% most of. So, if you don't have spreadsheet, you can't do it. Even if you are doing appraisal, no spreadsheet, and you want to test, you want to carry out sensitivity. In the olden days, the report I always saw then was they would just give narrations. Sensitivity analysis is therefore. Noble colleagues, we have gone past that stage now. So let's grab basic knowledge of Microsoft Excel. Good news about it, you can study it on your own. Yes. And when you do, formulate templates. Even if you cannot do complete runoff of financial modeling, pick all those analyses one by one and formulate templates for them. So you just input your data and it will give you your answer. Okay? Then on a final note here, I said that why we are using DCF, your knowledge of comparison comes in. Because we don't have organized data center. So you have to analyze the rental income to reflect your property. Comparability analysis. I always advise you do grid analysis. That's easier. Again, for those in academics, for us, please, we need documentations of all those value attributes. I mean, property attributes that affect or drive value. So that we will have basis to attach weights without using our discretions. Today, we still use our discretion. So even in my office, I'll sit down and say, okay, lettable space, okay, modernization of the building, okay, accessibility, all those factors that affect value. Then you now attach weight to them. That's what grid analysis requires. Even though you can use pair matching, but it's not equally easy in a data positive environment. So I think this is where the people in academics will help us to increase the reliability of our valuation. So in conclusion, my own submission, and I want to see hands raised up here, is that with what I have said so far, DCF is practicable. If you have objection that is not practicable, please raise up your hand. With what I've said so far here, with these fundamental theories and principles and guiding processes for applications, DCF is possible, practicable. And I say, if we follow the best practice, as summarized in this paper, we will be able to speak the same language as valuers from any part of the world. We'll be able to understand their value and their processes. They will understand our value and our processes. We'll be able to apply international valuation standards to letter. And our valuation reliability will increase. Client confidence in our valuation will be restored. A note of warning. Behold, noble colleagues, clients, particularly the corporate ones, they are now more concerned about how you arrive at the opinion of value. Gone are the days when you say, that's not opinion now. They will ask you for your calculation sheets. Huh? Why I remember Mr. Akinolawori of blessed memory was when that was the first time they asked me for my calculation sheet. And I said, no, that is my opinion of value. So I was like, So I had to call Oga of blessed memory. He said, Lekon, do you have it? I said, I have it. Give it to them. That the error is gone. Give it to them. I later gathered that auditors, the moment they sign, they use your value. They have validated your value. They have accepted responsibility. Hence, they want to see what leads to that value. So you can't query them. So if they ask to your calculation sheet, and what you have done to put value is to call Lekon, 5-bedroom detached house in GRA, it would be like how much? And I say it's 50 million, and you have put 50 million there. Now they're asking you to show your calculation sheet. They will not only ask for a calculation sheet, all those variables, they want to validate them. And I'm happy. I have some of my members, my professional team member here. They will confirm that to you. I'm happy to tell you that we are always happy to go for their meeting. One of them, was it this valuation? A lady led that to me and she asked me, it's like you have basis for deriving everything. I said, yes. He said, is that what happened in your industry? I said, yes. I said, that is valuation. He said, okay, can we have references? And on that spot, I gave her about 4 or 5 references offhand. And when I got to my office, my head of operations said, Oga, you promised this one. I said, 4 is not. He said, no. She said, no. Okay. We enter my book shelf and we sent more about 10 other different books with pictures and pages where they will see all these things. On a final note, you must be a reader. You must be a reader. Our profession is more versatile, even than the law, that you see them as learned colleagues and they are readers. We must always read. All these things that I dish out, they are in books, so majority of us don't see them. Or you see them, you don't interpret them. Please, let us cultivate the habit of reading and internalize what we read and practice what we have internalized. Thank you so much on this note.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the presenter. Yes, we like our bordering can go on and on. We are lucky to have real academic here at our footsteps in the house. I want to thank you once again for that powerful and practical presentation. I know some of us will have questions, some of us will have comments. why we request that you scribble your questions and prepare for the comments. I quickly want to recognize the presence of some of our very important members of the Noble Institution who walked in during this presentation. We have some members of the management committee member present here. We have our second vice president, SS and Valua Malam Bature. You are welcome. Please, let's appreciate our second vice president. We have the secretariat here, honorary national secretary, SS and Valua Monday Aiwe. You are welcome. We also have honorary assistant, honorary national treasurer, SS and Valua Assis Olabode. You are welcome. We have the board of trustees ably represented here. We've introduced the chairman of the board of trustees. We also have SS and Valua Professor Austin Otegbulu. You are welcome, sir. We have SS and Valua Bola Obadejo, Tumba Bola Obadejo. You are welcome, sir, member of the board of trustees. We have SS and Valua Elder Julius Umeru. You are welcome, sir. And we are also fortunate to have our regulator here. We have the chairman of Esbabon in the house. SS and Valua Gash Ensure. You are ably welcome, sir. We also recognize members of council present here. You're all recognized and welcome. And other important members, the fellows, and very other distinguished members of the institution. You're all ably welcome to the 2023 MCPD. Okay, speaker is still standing. With the permission of the president, he has advised that we have comments, questions right now, while we'll also hold on for the other speakers. But I also need to tell you from the chairman of the MCPD, in addition to we having the materials in our brochure in the program with us, it has also been emailed to our respective addresses for members who register for this special event. And we need to understand that this is practical. So we need to follow the steps and improve in our presentation as an estate surveyor and valuer. May we request for members who have comments, questions, or want to seek some further clarifications on what has been presented? Can we have our hands up? Okay, we have a professor and a member of the trustees, Professor Austin Otegbulu. Sorry, please. Okay, sir. Professor, sir.
The president, chairman of the board, all of that protocol observed. Mine not a question, but a comment. I listened to the speaker from the beginning to the end, and I've glanced through his write-up. And I want to say that this is the way forward for our profession. And I will want all members to take time, take pains to study that lecture and get more books and study this. But we can't be practicing 40 years practice in the modern times. That's why it appears that our job is everybody's profession, that you put rent times 10. That's the value. And most of us will tell you, as he mentioned in his lecture, that if you use cost method, if you use investment method, the property will be undervalued. And he explained thoroughly what it means. That means that you have not done your market analysis properly. I engaged a staff newly who has worked for 20 years. And he was telling me, why are you using income method of valuation? I said, look at this. That's your first cost method. That gives you proper value. And I started educating him. I had to put up a training because of that new stuff so that he will understand the implication of what he's talking about.
If you're using cost method and a party is 10 years lease, another one is 30 years lease, so they will have the same value. But they are using the same, you are using cost, not the interest on the property. So this analysis it may be intricate a bit, but if you sit down and we are valuers, we are about to learn it. Otherwise, go back to school. You have a school where you teach people. I told you when I still come to the university to come and join us. That's how I started being a lecturer. Just like from part-time, I became full-time to where I am today. So we are waiting for you in the university. And I'll invite you very soon to my school to talk to my students.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Essence of value, Olaleko Abodering. You are wanted in the academics. Do you have, okay, our chairman, sir.
Mr. President, distinguished noble colleagues, I greet all of you. Professor Abodering, I've given you prof here under our auspices. First of all, on behalf of all of us here, I want to thank you for this exposition. There is nothing you have said here which is strange or new. It's just that we are not living according to our times. And please, is our representative at the FRCN here? Please, is he here? Well, I am very particular because where we are going today, I don't know how many of you have been consulted, because all the accounting firms are trying to do what we are better off doing than themselves. And except we lift our game up, we stand a very big challenge. And why I'm asking for the FRCN, our FRCN rep, he needs to stand up. He should stand up for us, give us requisite information. If we have to mount trainings, which will make us live up to that calling, we must do that. Because gone are the days we go and relax and think people will look for us. For instance, we are aware that so many organizations being set up now, and our own roles are being put to the rear, which should not be. But what I'm trying to say here is that what you are saying, we need synergy. I'm happy you are president. In fact, the institution has 2 members in our board. And you see, when people complain about training, I am so sorry. We must train. We must train. Forget about the cost. It may be expensive. So please, when we call on you, don't shy away, because we need to be upstanding. Please, please, I plead with you. Then don't tell us this story you are telling us is IP. Intellectual property. Is it not? You generated it. People, we buy app everywhere, don't we? We buy our app, put a price on it if you want us all to play on the same top. So please don't keep, if you have knowledge and you die with it, you've lost out completely. So whatever you have acquired, whatever you have tested is working, put it in public domain. Say, I will buy it. Anybody who doesn't buy it is in business. Please, I plead with you. This is where I am going. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, board chairman, and also the charge to the speaker. Release your intellectual properties for us. Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Not for free, okay? Any contributions, any questions? I can see a hand there. Any other person? Please give him the mic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is ESVJO Ipitoye. Let me thank the lecturer for the insight in discounted cash flow method of valuation. With all the advantages, flexibility, rent review periods, etc. But I want to note that discounted method of valuation should not be used in isolation. I want to suggest that that method can also be cross-checked with other methods, which is said multiple approaches to valuation and correlation. Since our desire is that to determine the presence of the word of right to prospective future benefits, tangible and intangible, that are accrue to ownership of property. So the element of tangible and tangibility make it go beyond the subject matter of discounted cash flow. And that's why I wish to recommend that, yes, discounted cash method of valuation is a progress in terms of contemporary analysis of valuation principles. But at the same time, it is encouraged that our members should not be lazy in adopting one principal method. It is advisable that it should be cross-checked with other variable methods. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Members online, please send in your questions. Any other hands? Okay, let's allow the presenters to react to the questions and the contributions while we continue with the comments and ask question, please. Okay. Okay, before then, I think we have an online.
Thanks so much. Honestly, I'm humbled. Humbled. My prof, I remain highly humbled and honored, sir. Because it's like giving me my exam results. I run PhD program now. It might be the one that will examine me. And I have him here. I appreciate you, sir. I take that as words of encouragement. Thanks so much, sir. And my chairman, sir, I totally agree with you. And I can mention here that safe where we have like the lack of templates that I mentioned, I don't believe in teaching out parts and leaving the remaining parts. No. If Agbato is here, it's my childhood friend, he will tell you that's my chairman. That I want everybody to know what I know and even know better. And I think that is what is keeping my academy running. I'm not making money there. It's just the passion for capacity building. And we are happy when we see people performing and using skills that we have distilled out. And when we see their performances, even in exams. So my chairman, but I've equally taken note of the fact that that material can be given out for the betterment of the profession. I won't hesitate to do that, even if it's at no penny. Thank you, sir. Then for Mr. Ibitoye, I think that's the only one I have question about. Specifically here, in some cases, we might not have choice of combining methods. Where financial policy of an organization says you must use DCF. So you use DCF. I think was it this last valuation I did, early in January, our interaction with Pricewater, one of them said, but why DCF? Meanwhile, my principal was part of that interaction. Why DCF? Why didn't you use investment method straight? I mean, conventional method, and just capitalize. And after explaining one or two things, and I told them that just capitalizing is simple for me to do. But the policy of my principal is that we must use DCF. And my principal confirmed that. So where you have that, it might be practically difficult for you to be combining, I don't know. Then number two about that, my reaction is that DCF is very, very versatile. And that's why, I don't know if you have read Damodaran on valuation. Damodaran is a renowned author on valuation of property valuation, business valuation, valuation of intellectual properties, valuation of tangible, intangible assets. He has a lot of books to his credit. Most of this book I have, even just as you can download some, I have hard copies. You see running through the like of those, and even books on intellectual property valuation. One time, Agbato gave us a job. He directed a job to my office for valuation of intellectual property. I said, I have not been doing it. That time, I didn't even believe it's supposed to be my job. I said, land and building, we have not finished. Plant and machinery is there. Why else is intellectual? But he insisted. I said, go to intellectual property faculty. He said, no. Lekon, I've mentioned your name to the man. Meanwhile, in his school, I taught an aspect of it. I said, well, I had an idea, but I've not built capacity on. I said, go and do. Within 1 week, I gave tasks to my team. Some of them are here. We downloaded more than 30 different books on valuation of intellectual property. DCF is there for you to use. So DCF is very, very broad. It's only the way anything that can produce income or that you can see to have capacity to produce income. The moment you can identify the stream of income, you can use DCF. Okay, this question says, online question, where a long lease was granted in 2010 for 40 years at a premium and subsequent annual grant rent of 50,000. In valuing the interest of the lessor in year 2020, will you recognize the annual equivalent of the premium to determine annual rent to be capitalized? That is not valuation now. Valuation is about rights to enjoy, stream of income flow, benefits to come. 2010, even if it is last year that premium is paid, is gone. The only condition that will make you recourse, this is classroom, sorry, anyway, is the question. The only thing that will make you have recourse to premium is where you are to determine, and it's not valuation, it's analysis, where you are to determine virtual rents. When you are to determine virtual rents, then you will consider all those capital expenditures or premium. But where it is that the owner today, you want to place value on his rights to enjoy. That one that is paid 10 years ago is gone, so you don't take care. There's no need to find the annual equivalent of that anymore. And that is valuation principle. I think that's all. Yes, sir. Question.
Mr. President, please let me stand on the protocol already established. First of all, before I join others to appreciate ESV Abodering, I also want to especially appreciate the MCPD committee for actually giving us a proper MCPD topic. This has been coming for a very, very long time. And we kept on saying it. We need MCPD topics that will enhance and remind us. It's not that we don't know this year, but for them to have brought it up at this gathering and for us to have been refreshed by this erudite young man, I think we need to give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, MCPD committee. And for ESV Abodering, I am no stranger to him, and I'm not really surprised at his performance. Some of us actually support his Raise Academy because we believe we need to develop capacity in this profession. But let me say here, because I had ESV Titiloye mentioned that when we do this, we need to check and whatever. But the key thing, if we understand the international valuation standards, we will know that the best method of valuation that can actually comply with all the disclosure expectations, transparency expectation in valuation is DCF. That is it.
And if we need to understand this again, we must. And if we cast our minds back, our forefathers that bequeathed this profession to us, why were they active in project management, project development? Because in their days, this was always a constant in whatever they do. And that gave them capacity. A lot of us now don't even go near project management. We don't even go near property development. And that is where the future of this profession lies. That is where you can benefit, you can actually maximize, your welfare. Yes, sir. My beauty chairman, sir. Yes, sir. So we need to understand that this is crucial. It is absolutely important for us to understand it. And I dare say that what we have had here today is not the end. And we don't expect to have everything right here. So it is now a challenge to state branches, faculty or business groups to take this, because there are some concepts that he has introduced: equated yield, equivalent yield, growth assumption, that we have not really, most of us have forgotten it. And ESV Aboderi has not actually told us in details, because he's not expected to do that at this forum. So branches should please take this further. We need this. This is central to our practice. Unless we understand it, we will not be able to be active in the key areas of our profession. And then we'll continue to wallow, in poverty when we have plenty. So I pray that that will not be our portion.
Amen.
Now, the other thing is that landlord and tenant, we don't practice it. The only thing we do in landlord and tenant is, collect rent and so on. No, lease renewals and rent reviews. I said this about 5 years ago or thereabout, that we're not doing it. When we do letting, we just say 2 years term. And then when the 2 years come end, we another 2 years. No. In the United Kingdom and in most advanced countries where real estate is actually respected, professionals are respected, 2 years tenancy is not the norm. 10 years tenancy, 6 years tenancy, 5 years tenancy, so that you have the opportunity to display your skills in renewing that rent. And when you are carrying out rent review, you do valuation. When you are doing lease renewal, you do valuation. So I think as professionals, we need to change. We need to advise our clients. Most of the properties that I manage, I don't do 2 years rent, 2 years tenure. The minimum is 5 years. So that when the first 2 years that you pay, when it ends, then we come to review the rent. And when we come to review the rent, my skills come in. I get paid for reviewing the rent, not just for the valuation, but for reviewing the rent, which is what we should be doing. So I suggest again that as professionals, we should look into that. Then the last point that I want to make, what we have had here is very, very lovely. We need it. But the impact of it on our practice will depend on uniform application. If ESV Aboderi and 2 others are applying this, and majority of us are not applying it, it won't have any impact. As a matter of fact, he will end up, if not for insistence, when he provides his valuation, our clients will say, look, I don't want this. They will call somebody else who is not going to use this here to give them the desired figure. So unless we use it, we're not going to have the benefit. And that is why he made mention of rent in arrears and rent in advance. We collect our rent in advance, but we value in arrears. That is a major conflict. But do you know why we still get the right value? Because everyone is doing it. Everyone is doing it. But you know the implication of that? The impact of that is that it undermarkets property sector, property market. That is the major disadvantage to us. That's why when you say return on an investment, 5%, and then stocks and share, 7%. The truth of the matter is that
we undermarket by actually not valuing in advance because we value in arrears. So I think the take home should be, please, let us develop capacity here. Let us all strive to apply this so that we can have a vibrant market. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks so much, our first vice. We appreciate. And I think I need to personally equally thank him for the support he has been giving to us at the academy, as he mentioned. And not only to the academy, even to the entire members of the profession, because we have, to his credit, free webinar running, for which S1 had given us 2 credit points for each of the webinars. I think about 6 of them are to run. The 5th one will come up very shortly, February 16th, if my memory serves me right. And that is equally a very practical one. We'll be featuring ESV Adamu Kazum of Abuja branch. And the topic is on applicable standards. Understanding the provisions of applicable standards for valuation for financial reporting. Because we need to really be able to understand. I was a part of a consortium. I have some of our respected leaders there. And the team, after we submitted interim reports, asked us what is the difference between valuation for financial reporting, requesting us for fair value, and the common valuation for market value, market valuation. Standards shows those differences. So please, I'm inviting each and every one of us to join, to be part of that webinar. It's free to all of us. My academy bears just a little part of the cost by subsidizing, but our first phase bankrolled it. So let's take advantage of that. Thank you so much. And the final one will come March 4. Thank you. I don't know if there is any other question. Okay, on this note, I don't know if I can take a bow and go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Estate Survey and Valuer Olalekan Isiaka Aboderin. That's a very powerful presentation. Thank you. We quickly move on to the next papers for presentation. Permit me to call on Estate Survey and Valuer. Estate Survey and Valuer Lola Adeyemo, a fellow of the institution and the head of Department Estate Management, the Polytechnic Ibadan, to read the citation of our next speaker or presenter. Thank you.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I read the profile of ESB Benga Ismail and Eve's RSV. Benga Ismail is the principal partner of Ismail and Partners, one of the leading firm of Nigerian institution of estate surveyors and valuers with a tremendous wealth of knowledge and diverse experience in the real estate sector. He is an experienced director with a demonstrated history of working in the real estate industry, skilled in sellers, working with landlords, business planning, real estate appraiser, and real estate development. Strong professional with a Master of Science focused on property valuation and management from the Sheffield Oldham University, UK. He's currently the vice chairman of Lagos branch of Nigerian Institution of Estates, Surveyors and Valuers, vice president, Lagos Chambers of Commerce and Industry, chairman, Valuation Business Association. He is currently an international representative board member on the board of directors, National Association of Realtors based in Chicago. He has recently been chairman of RISK, Nigerian Group, and is a board member of RISK Brand Ambassadors. A past vice president of FIABC, Nigeria and Africa. He is a professional member of course, NAIVS, FIABC, RISK, and many others. With honor, I present to you the second presenter for the paper of today. He's going to present the paper titled The Effect of Wrong Application of Depreciation Outgoing, Basis of Valuation in Valuation Exercise, a case study of petrol station and farm valuation. It is my pleasure to present to you ESV Kwenga Ismail. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, noble colleagues. Let me start by greeting the president, first vice president, second vice president, and his management team, the chairman, board of trustees, and the chairman, S. Verbon. I welcome you to Lagos and all council members as well. ESV Leko Abadari, thank you for that delivery. You've actually, you stressed on many points. And let me immediately start. He asked a question that, did everybody understand that DCF was the best method? Everybody said yes. But I want to ask you all, truthfully, as noble people, when he was showing those calculations, 1/1 minus CF over this, over that, how many people truly understood where he was going and what it meant? Especially when he said the end answer is YP something. Did anybody understand that valuation, that calculation? Did we understand that formula? Can we tell the truth? Some are saying yes. I want everybody to be able to say, did we really understand it? Why am I saying this? I spent 16 weeks on what I call an adult education, a refresher course, real estate finance and development. A lot of these things came up. For me, it was a going back to basic, understanding formulas, what this means, what it is. It is difficult. What we understand as valuation is the simple side. Income, 10%, YP 16, multiply and get a result. That's valuation. That's where our problem really is. That's where we get it wrong. Because it's a simple situation. Once you can guess the income, once you can use Paris table to find YP, as I said, use your 10%, you will get an answer. But the debate is, how did you get your YP? How do you base it on market intelligence, your YP? How did you base the outgoing? How did you arrive at that outgoing? What would value one say his outgoing is? The simple answer is he will use 10%. Simple. But is that an overvaluation or undervaluation? So effectively, why? And let me qualify. I'm a field valuer, meaning I'm in the office. That presentation was a classroom presentation. It's the one you will hear in the classroom. This is the way we should go. But the challenge is when you go to the field. And what are those challenges? Data and assumptions. What data are you using? What assumptions are you using? So but the topic of my own presentation today, the effects of wrong application of depreciation, outgoings, basis of valuation
in valuation exercise. And I'm supposed to use a case study of a petrol station and farm valuation. But for this purpose, I'm going to just do the petrol station case study because the farm valuation and petrol station valuation are almost the same thing. It will be repeating the same structure again. So I don't know if my presentation is not on the slide method, it's on the word basic. So I'm just going to be reading, but I hope the controller over there can be scrolling up and down. Are we together? You're trying to get it. Okay. My first introduction is which says what is real estate valuation. I'm not effectively going to define it because I believe everybody here knows what valuation is. Valuation, property valuation is a detailed report. If you were watching my screen, it is underlined and highlighted. It is a detailed report of the market. Again, market is highlighted and underlined. Of the market value of a property based on its location, condition of the building, and various other factors, such as size, zoning, and planning. It will be difficult for a lender to understand the funds required to purchase property without having valuable information about the property market trends. But let me go back to my first paragraph where I use the word zoning. In all our valuations, and I'm using this particularly to speak to the petrol station valuation. In all our valuations, if we are going to value a petrol station, we never ask, is this petrol station zoned? Is there zoning for this petrol station? We never ask that question. We never take that into consideration. A case study is in Lekki, where you had the AP petrol station that had significant problems when they initially opened and was closed down for a long time. If we had to value that petrol station, that qualification would not be put in our valuation as a discount, because the danger was if the government came in, they would remove that petrol station and immediately its value is lost. It can never be as in that use again. I know essence of your valuer about mentioned that if you're doing a valuation, the use must be considered. The use is where zoning comes into it. So that's some of the things we leave out in our valuations. The International Valuation Standard Council defines the market value as the estimated sale price between a willing buyer and a willing seller in an arm's length transaction after proper marketing and where the parties had each acted knowledgeably, prudently, and without compulsion. It is to be noted that the sale price is usually different from the value mentioned in the reports because it is nearly impossible to predict how people's emotion, market knowledge, and other factors might affect their negotiations. That is an important aspect that I want to highlight. Often you end up in a transaction that you don't even understand how this price came about, the exchange price. And that's where we have a lot of issues as valuers. Our opinion of value, as reported, is oftentimes, let me not say oftentimes, but sometimes, especially in Lagos and Nigeria, different from what people exchange for many reasons. There's Nigerian factor. There's it is defined here. Each acted knowledgeably, prudently, and without compulsion. Compulsion is where I want to go to. When somebody has been asked put this price, put this figure, make an offer, put this figure on it. When your valuation report will be different, and you have been told that you have undervalued or there's something wrong with your report. Yet, proper valuation gives you all the valuable information that can help the client negotiate appropriately and get the best deal as a buyer or seller. My next section is who will use our reports. The marketplace for the valuers report, and I'm emphasizing the valuers report because that's the tool we use. That is what we use in our daily work. The marketplace for the valuers report can be split into two segments: the lender and the non-lender market. I'm stressing on this lender and non-lender market because the method and the basis are intertwined into who you're providing the report to. The lender market is further segmented into collateral and mortgage users. They are both financial institutions, but there's a huge difference between the collateral and mortgage users. Both require an asset backing for a loan to be issued. But mortgage lending strictly looks at real estate and, more importantly, on the inherent characteristics of real estate. So collateral lending is when you want to borrow money from a bank for the purpose of your business, any other thing, but you use real estate as collateral. But the bank is not looking technically at the real estate. It's looking at a combination of the real estate and yourself as a person. For mortgage, the bank strictly looks at the real estate because they know you are living in that house. So the value of the house will always be important to them because that's the only thing they're holding on to. That once there's a default in the mortgage payments, they can put property. Collateral lending, when there's a default on the real estate, on the payments of loan, it is either the personal guarantee and all assets, whether it's real estate, whether it's motor vehicle, whether there's anything that they can lay their hands on, inclusive of our real estate. But for mortgage, the difference is that they are looking at the value potential, increasing value potential of the building itself, which is why when they give you a mortgage loan, they allow you to move in to the property, even though you've only paid 10% of the value of that property. It is not you they're looking at. It is the building or the asset that is of concern to them. Our focus today is, however, on non-lender valuation, and in particular, the profit valuation method. The profit valuation method. The valuer, in order to understand his or her marketplace, must understand what the market needs and why it needs it. The banks are the major users of our valuation reports for different reasons already highlighted above. The non-lender users of our valuation are corporates for mergers and acquisition, company accounts reporting, insurance needs, and for asset sale purposes. In some cases, individuals require valuation for legal and portfolio recalibration. So for this presentation, we're looking at non-lender valuation, which simply means that it's not for financial uses. Valuation fundamentals. What are the valuation fundamentals? And this is very critical. Standards. It is important that every single valuer understands the standards of valuation. In my office, I always tell the valuers, you must quote the standard that you're using. It is very important. If you don't quote the standard, your valuation report makes no sense. Nobody's going to understand it. And that's the truth. It's a pretense that you've written a valuation report. So what are standards? These are the foundations that bring valuation language together. It is very important that all valuers understand the reporting standards. The standard used will help any reader, stroke user of the report understand what you are reporting. If there's no standard, it is all garbage. That's the truth. Why am I saying it's garbage? If you say it is market value, my report is market valuation or open market report. Okay, let me not put all basis. What standard? What does market value mean? That's why standards are important. So for every valuation report, we use the standards that are in operation that we must all know of global use. Start from the International Valuation Standards Council, IVSC, RICS, the Red Book, TEGOVA, which is the European standard, and then finally, USPAP. This is the United States appraisal standard. It's called USPAP. And then for us, domesticated in Nigeria, the Green Book. The Green Book is our own language, domesticated. It tells any user of our report that this valuation done in Nigeria has effectively been done in accordance with the guidance of the Nigerian Green Book. If you do not state that in your report, it really means nothing. There's a danger of it being interpreted in a very wrong way, because there are various definitions that must align with your standard operation. Next, I move to purpose. A lot of our reports, well, I would say maybe 80%, because effectively most of it I see, have the purpose written there. But the importance of purpose on its own will guide you when you are going to pick your method and when you are going to pick your basis. So it's important you understand what purpose means. Purpose here means this sets the tone for the valuation itself. Why are you doing the valuation and for who? The purpose will define the method and the basis of valuation. So it's important you understand why you are doing this valuation. It's the first question you would ask the client. Why are we doing this valuation? Then we go to method. Again, everybody understands method. I don't need to start defining any method or telling you what the method is. But in a nutshell, there are three main methods: comparative, income, and cost approach. The most reliable method is the comparative method, which produces a market value. And this is why data remains important in our market today. A blend of the three methods is often relied on, which answers the question that was asked earlier on, that why relies on DCF alone? You have to test all three to see which one brings the closest to market value. However, it must be pointed out that the DCF method, which is a sub-income method of valuation, is the most widely used method of valuation for non-lender purpose of valuation. I think ESV Abodeni tried to stress this out. But I must also highlight that in our marketplace today in Nigeria, for valuation reports, we face a huge challenge to defend DCF valuations for a lack of data. Most times, when you are faced with defending your report, when you have used DCF, a very clever valuer will destroy your valuation in the absence of any data. I'm happy you said, bring your calculation book, bring your workbook, because you would prove to me the discount rate, you would prove to me your yield, and you will give comparable rents, and then you will say, how can you predict that in 10 years' time, the rentals are as you have put it in here. Your assumptions, you need to qualify them. So there's a lot we need to do on data building and data integrity. Basis of valuation. This is rather confusing and linked to standards. When anybody requests for evaluation, they are indirectly asking for the basis of valuation. That's really what they're saying. Because the basis is where you see the open market value, you see fair market value, see liquidation value. Then the question you ask, and which I always say again, is that we're quick because everything is open market value. Then they now ask, the accountants will say, can you give me fair market value? Then we all get confused. Wow, is it not open market value? Fair market value, what's the difference? There's not much. In fact, there's really no difference between the two. It's just the way you stand the issues on their head. The wording and standards, which you should have picked from beginning, that will take you to the basis. So for us, we are quick to just use open market value for all answers. It is easy, but nobody scrutinizes our reports. But when we have to go to a global presentation or a global client that will sit down and ask you every line of what you've put in there, then the real test comes out. How have you arrived at the basis of valuation? So the basis of valuation depends on the standards. With IVS, it will be fair market. With Red Book, market. And with USPAP, which is the American standard, it is what they call HABU, highest and best use. Americans don't even use open market value. So if you're doing a valuation for an American and you put open market value there, he's going to come back to you that, where is the highest and best use? What is the highest and best use? So we need to understand the basis for the standard that we are reporting. Our focus today, as Elia said, is the effects of wrong application of depreciation, outgoings, and basis of valuation. So I have tried to define the basis, the foundation, so you understand that before you go and start applying depreciation and outgoing, what would have been the standard and what would have been the basis? I mean, what would have been method and basis of valuation? Depreciation. So when I got this topic, I asked myself, depreciation. Immediately, depreciation is used in cost method of valuation. So why am I using depreciation in a profit method of valuation? There's no correlation unless I use cost method. But in using cost method, it will mean that I am not doing a proper petrol station valuation. But in order to understand where we are going with this, it is how do we do proper valuations, whether it's a petrol station or whether it's a different type of assets. Depreciation. Again, I know we all understand it, so my definition is just for context. Depreciation is a decrease in an asset's value, which may be caused by factors such as unfavorable market conditions, e.g., machinery equipment, currency devaluation, which are likely to depreciate over a specific period of time. The opposite of depreciation is appreciation, which is the increase of value of an asset over a period. In the context of cost approach, depreciation refers to the adjustments made to the estimated cost of creating an asset of equal utility to reflect the impact on value of any obsolescence affecting the subject asset. Moving straight to outgoings. Outgoing is anything that's taken out of income. From conventional property management, your outgoing as presented by ESV Aberdeen is usually rule of thumb, that 10% which he presented. That is when you're doing a straight income approach of valuation. If you look at what they call the profits method, which is a cash flow, a different kind of cash flow valuation, the outgoings will include expenses, admin costs, cost of sales, which effectively goes to what we call business valuation. So that is your outgoings there. But the outgoings in the conventional income method is management fees, which includes facility management, your agency fees, and all of those sort of things. So that's where that 10% is. But for the business valuation, the outgoings is almost about 49% or 60%. So that's where the danger comes in. What is the rule of thumb when you're doing outgoing profit method of valuation? Somebody can use 20%. Someone will use 30%. Someone will just guess and put in all these figures in there. And then our assumption on those outgoings starts getting a bit conflicted. Because our residual net income begins to change. So outgoings, in my own definition here, these are costs, expenses, regular amounts made in a daily activities in a going concern. Outgoings are used in valuation when using income method and a deduction is made for landlord expenses. It is used in the profit method when making provision for assumed expenses. It is also used for as business values in their of valuation. I have defined that ahead, so I'm just going to highlight some of the things, the different bases here. A basis of value is a statement of the fundamental measurement assumptions of evaluation. And for many common valuation purposes, this standard stipulates the basis of value that is appropriate. The following bases are recognized in these standards. Market value, which is, there's valuation standard 3.2. We don't have the valuation standard here, but it's listed here for everyone to see where you can refer to it. Market value, market rent, worth, investment value. So let me put this worth. When it is said worth, because Esther Savio and Aberdeen use the term worth. When worth is used, you must immediately understand it relates to investment value. It is different from if you are doing a residential value. When you hear the term worth, it's not the same thing as price, but it's an investment value opinion. So the terminology worth must be linked to investment value. And 80% and 90% of the time, a DCF would have been done for that opinion of value. And then we have the fair value. However, you may be legitimately instructed to provide valuation advice based on other criteria, and therefore other bases of value may be appropriate. Some of these examples are what they call the liquidation value. Liquidation value is when you're asked to give a value of a business that needs to be wound down. So a lot of our AMCON valuation, for instance, we have this vision. But what we have given, in fact, I think I just saw Dr. Ojo working here. We've had long debates that the EFCC evaluation I just went on here recently. Why are we using open market value for that? You should have been using liquidation value. That's the basis. Nothing was left in all those assets. There's zero. Nobody was going to come and tell you, oh, market, willing buyer, willing seller. There was no willing buyer. There was no willing buyer. So we should have approached it from a liquidation valuation point of view, rather than the market value that we're looking. And that's what this is referred to. You may be required to give advice, and it is your duty to immediately let them know what the appropriate basis should be. A valuer may be required, just to be required to provide advice on the value of a particular property to a specific client, and may therefore need to account for the criteria that are particular to that client, rather than those applicable in the market at large. This will involve the assessment of the investment value or worth of the property to that client. Fair value, except in the context of the International Financial Reporting Standards, may be used when you need to estimate the price that will be fair in an exchange between two specific parties, without necessarily having to disregard the criteria that will not be replicated in the wider market. So this statement that has just been made says very clearly, this will involve the assessment, which may be used where you need to estimate the price that will be fair with two specific parties. The missing terminology here is willing seller, willing buyer. That is market value. That is where the market is dictating to you what to do. It says here, maybe for that it says for fair value, where the exchange will be fair. So how do we define fair? What is fair to all of us? Fair means take reasonable and rational conclusions. What is reasonable? What is rational? The willing seller are working according to the market. There must be demand, there must be supply, there must be time. FCC gave no time. They gave nothing. It's a condition of sale in those products. We must be clear in understanding the direction we need to take when we advising clients. Well, okay, my paper is not going up. There are a few things I would have liked to. Yes, okay, it's in the book. Can you scroll up to the diagram on just before the case study? There you go. Yes, thank you. So this is a schematic of interpreting the instructions. It's in a book there, so you can if you can't see it, you can just look at it. But the point I want to raise is, we all know identify what needs to be done. But if we go down to the second stage where it says market research, subject property, comparable market data, highest and best use, market identification, you can see cost, depreciation, income, and outgoings. It remains a relevant aspect. These two areas remain a relevant aspect of our valuation. And I would like all of us to understand that process. It's like a test, checklist. Have we done all of this to prepare our report? Are we going through this process to effectively come to a conclusion of the opinion we are giving? And the last line in that process means that we accept acceptance and rejection of data, adjustments, and conclusion of value. This is where, even in your office, you should have a panel of people who have gone through that process to see that everything has been rightly done and we have used the entire process. The case study. All petrol stations, as I said, I'm going to just focus on petrol stations as against going to the farm valuation, because the receipts, they all have similar incomes. It's just different source of income. Though I would highlight on what are farm incomes and in that light, but the structure is the same. All petrol stations are valued using the profit method. This method relies on free cash and on 12 months data minimum. However, if it is only plant and machinery valuation, then a replacement cost method and basis is utilized. For this case study, my assumptions are that it is an offer for sale or to purchase. So I'm using the profit method as an assessment. I'm therefore going to be putting forward the profit method and through this highlight the effects, implications, and process of depreciation, outgoings, and basis. Using my assumptions of purpose, the basis of valuation is fair market value. This is valuation based on fair value shall adopt one of two definitions. The definition adopted by IVSC, which is the estimated price for transfer of an asset or liability between identified, knowledgeable, and willing parties that reflects the respective interests of those parties. Number two, this is the accountant's standard. The price that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability in an orderly transaction between market participants at the measurement dates. Now, this is a commentary based on the IVS. It is important to recognize that the two definitions of fair value are not the same, but they are the same. This is what IVS says to us. The two valuations, though similar, are not the same. But a lot of us, once we hear it, they are the same. So I have read to you IVS and I've read to you IASB. The difference is that when you do your fair market, you just have to quote that I'm using IVS or I'm using IASB. And if the Green Book has its own valuation, you are using the Green Book. But it is important, as it says, they are not the same. When adopting the basis of fair value, it is essential that you establish the correct definition for the purpose and set it out in full in terms of engagement and the report. So, for the purpose of this case study, we are using IVS fair value. So it's definition 1 that we're using. In applying the IVS definition, reference should be made to paragraphs 39 and 43 of the IVS framework. In the book, you see the guidance in IFRS for fair value measurement approach. So I'm not going to read it all out. It's all in the book there. And for the purpose of what I am doing here, the definition of fair market value is important so that you understand what the value, opening of value means. Without that definition, we don't understand what that value means. Method. The cost approach cannot normally be applied in the valuation of business and business interests, as these assets seldom meet the criteria in IVS 105 of valuation approaches and methods, paragraph 70.2. I will refer to those paragraphs. This is our working documents, the framework for all the valuations we do. As earlier stated, we're using the profits method, which includes the following processes. We prepare projections for revenue. What we usually do for petrol station is what we call the throughput method. We count the number of pumps, we count the number of cars that come in, and we analyze the income projection for the station. It's called the throughput method. That is for fuel income. There's also non-fuel. If you see our petrol stations, we have the shops, we have the car workshop where they fix cars and all of those things. And non-fuel income. We can also sometimes when they have today they have cash dispensing points from all of those places. So those are non-fuel income. So there are two sources of income for petrol stations. Fuel income, which is the throughput method, and there's the normal rental income from the shops and the other non-fuel businesses that they do. Then we have expenses. The next line would be expenses. And then which are capital expenditures, working capital needs for the business, assuming the use of all the assets of the business, except subject intangible assets and goodwill. So for petrol stations, when we are talking about intangible assets and goodwill, so we have the likes of Mcpd, we have the likes of Total, we have the likes of Oando. Again, this goodwill comes out of outgoing. If you are valuing, I don't even know which petrol I can call. Let's call it none of these big names. Trying to pick up one of their names. Independent, let's call it independent petrol station. And Mobile. Mobile has a goodwill. The independent petrol station has no goodwill. How do we determine that goodwill? So we make the same assumption for the two. Yet Mobile has a far bigger goodwill than the other petrol station. That's the issue in outgoing. That data needs to help us. Assumptions need to come from a standard point where if the Green Book or the institution is able to create a database that says for goodwill, for this sort of asset, apply this assumption percentage, 10, 20, which would have been extracted from already tested marketplace, what has been used from the accounting side. So it's not a guess or random situation, but we would have done the test that would give everybody access to a uniform basis of assessing goodwill. Same goes for some of the other extractions of outgoing. But I had to stress intangible and goodwill, especially for the case study we are doing, which is petrol stations. Petrol stations have huge goodwill weighting when it comes to the likes of Mobile, Total Energies, Oando, etc. It's a different valuation altogether, and we must note this. The example worksheet, if you can scroll up, also in the book, it says that full receipts. Now, I didn't put any figure here because in putting the figure, I'd have made a lot of guesses. I'd have made a lot of guesses and assumptions because it could be any figure there without having a particular petrol station effectively to use. But fuel receipts could be assumed to be the highest figure if they made if they made large incomes. Non-fuel receipts, as I've described, less outgoing. Less outgoing it's a whole subject area, which is admin cost, royalty. Royalty now comes where you have franchises, where you list out the station has been listed out by the main petrol station, and you are operating it as a private entity. Gross income, and then you take out you take out depreciation. Now, so in this particular case, if you look at it, I put something here, EBITDA. EBITDA is the earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. So depreciation in this particular case, and this is accounting depreciation. So we understand it. The depreciation in this case is accounting. And when it is wrongly, the accountant knows there's going to be a problem because it takes away income. It removes income completely because that depreciation is not actually physical cash coming out of your account. It is just a projection of what they call accruals. I have bought this asset in full 10 years ago, and every year I must cost it. Every year I must cost it. So they remove an amount in the account to reflect this. So for accountants, they use straight line, or they use some of reducing balance, effectively. But straight line is seen as very simple and straightforward. And when they want to confuse us, they bring the more complex depreciation. So I've said here, straight line is the most commonly used. And as valuers, I suggest this is the method to use, which avoids further complexities. Best method will, however, depend on the size of the company, the size of the entity you're dealing with. But for us as valuers, to keep things simple in our own process of valuation, the straight line is what I suggest and put forward. And again, to MCPD and the institution, I think there's a lot more that we need to even do to have this discussion and debate on which when we're talking of depreciation and talking of business valuation, what do we do? Which do we use? I am suggesting straight line, but I'm saying that it is for me the easiest way, but the institution might have different ideas of what we should do as valuers. So for this case study, I have put forward the straight line method of valuation. So once that is done, we get to the net income. So the net income gives us what the residue income is that now takes us to what the probable value of this petrol station can be. Well, one of them is we will deduct 40%, divisible income is called. We remove 40% from that net income and assume that to be rent. Once we take that as rent, we are not going to deduct any other outgoing as it is done in the conventional method. Now, we put the applicable yield. I have used applicable yield in this particular case, but I have a different opinion. Applicable yield is what you will use when you're using the profit method of valuation. You must get the yield for the location. You must get the yield that is applicable at that time for market studies. But if you're doing business valuation, you must use a it's called a multiplier. Business valuation means you must use a multiple from the sector that you are involved in. So petrol station or the petrol sectors have a multiple that they use to apply to their income to show what they exchange, what petrol stations exchange for. But in Nigeria, we don't have enough data. There are not many people that exchange petrol station often enough to create that data for the right multiple. The most recent purchase, in fact, there have been a few in the last 3 years. There have been the annual purchase of Orlando petrol stations in lump sum. There has been the recent NNPC purchase of all Orlando petrol, OVH, all OVH. So we should have data coming out of that, especially for this market area and this case study. So I am expressing the point from a business valuation point of view, there's a multiple that the industry uses, which you apply to the net income that gives you the business value. For a profit method, we use the applicable yield as we would have used in a YP valuation. And that's why I put here the applicable yield, because my approach is the profit method of valuation. After we've done that application, we'll then arrive at an opinion of value, which will be the fair market value of this petrol station. Now, if we were to do for a farm valuation, again, farm valuations in Nigeria are not as it is understood in the global market. You know, the farm in Nigeria is we plant all our crops, we do everything we need to do, and usually no buildings. But if I use from the international sector, you have the building, the outbuildings, which some of them rent out. So you take the rent from there as part of your income. Then you have your crops. You have the crops. You have your animal section, whether it's dairy, the cattle area or the piggery. We have all of that. So income comes from the agricultural end of it. And then it comes from the rental end of it, where you're renting out the buildings. And then it also comes from renting out machinery to farmers. So income comes from from all those ends. Now, it's also possible that the farmer has rented the entire farm from who in UK, for instance, you would have rented the entire farm from a noble, a lord who has this vast area and to whom you are paying rent to. And that's where the terminology that we have today, tenancy, actually came from. It was the farmer that was renting from this person who had inevitably created a tenancy. So that's also, it would be a form of deduction. So for farm, once you have the income, you follow the same process as I've highlighted for the petrol station, make your expenses and deduction, and then you deduct your attributable rent. So for farm valuation, it's the same process you use for outgoing, for depreciation, and for farm method, the assets, the tractors, the mowers, all the things used for irrigation really have to be depreciated along the lines of the standard. So it's really the same process, used profit method of valuation. So for both case study points, if we use cost approach, please note that the cost approach is not used for both case study examples, but in order to further understand the place of depreciation in our valuation, I will highlight the process using the cost approach. We all know how a lot of us use cost approach in Nigeria, and there's not much. But again, in the program, you see a table highlighting obsolescence. The types are physical, functional, and economic. There must be a weighted average. It shouldn't just be lump sum. Depreciation, 20%, 10%, 15%. There must be a reason. There must be physical, there must be functional, and there must be economic. The simple definition of physical is that the building, when you look at it, just like here, it still looks in a physical form. Though one has been repainted, it's probably about 20 or 30 years old, and its physical life is nearing end. That weighting we use 50% for. This is what we use in our office. Functional. Question is that if I look in this hall now, is this building still functional? Does it still stand in competition with other similar halls? If it doesn't, one of the things I look at is that I have a division here, I have a division here, I have a center point here. Does it really work for someone that's going to rent this place? Effectively, if there's another hall next door that has an open floor, that will be picked before this one. So for functionality, I'll give it a high weighting in terms of its obsolescence. For us, we use 30% for weighting. Economic, which means, is it still economically viable? Is anybody going to rent it? We all know that. Is anybody going to come and use it? For that, we use 20%. So if the physical is 50%, if physical obsolescence is 45% from our own analysis, it means that economic is finished. Nobody's going to use this building. So the 20% weighting means that I'll probably do economic weighting at 5%. You can't have a high scoring. Because if it's physically impaired, nobody's going to use it. So it has no economic viability. Those are the linkages when we come to depreciation using the cost method. I go to conclusion. It is important that we as valuers understand the process of valuation itself. It is critical that the aspects of depreciation outgoings are absolutely, no, is it critical that the aspects of depreciation outgoings are absolutely correct? No, because we cannot get the precise answer. There's no, if I say it is X, and you say it's X plus 1, I cannot prove you wrong unless I got that data. But it is important that our assumptions are communicated and properly reported. That is one that absolutely needs to be correct. In the case study, the only method used requires that depreciation be calculated to get to net earnings if we make the wrong assumptions. To get to net earnings. If we make the wrong assumptions here, then the outgoings will be wrong, and then the net income will be wrong, and effectively, our opinion of value will be wrong as a result. It is often stated that if a market uses irrational or illogical methods in fixing prices, then the valuation techniques must reflect such irrationality or illogicality in order to be accurate. I hope we all understand what I mean by that. If a market uses irrational, illogical methods in fixing prices, then the valuation technique must reflect such irrationality or illogicality in order to be accurate. It means the market can be wrong as well, but our valuation reports can correct that. It is then stated that the accuracy of valuation is proven by the lack of conclusive evidence to the contrary, which simply means that the accuracy of our own valuation is correct, and it is further proven that if the market has no further evidence to prove that my valuation is wrong, then my valuation is right. Should be the desire of valuers to achieve accuracy by the use of rational techniques. As soon as buyers and sellers discover a highly inefficient sector of the property market, prices will inevitably change, and traditional valuations will become dangerously capable of inaccuracy. In these circumstances of lack of confidence in valuation, it is only when we stick to the standards and the process of valuation that our valuation reports will be acceptable and have confidence. So noble colleagues, we cannot get it all right. But if we follow the laid out principles as stated in our standards, and I would like Everborn, our regulators, to further look into the dynamics of our green book. It remains too static. The world is changing. The challenges that we face every day continues and threatens our earnings because our valuations today may not be accepted for lack of credibility of data, of standard and purpose. We are relying on the red book. We are relying on the IVS. The IVS says we should use DCF, but our market resists DCF for lack of data. And we also use depreciated replacement cost method, which itself is a base, and it is not acceptable in today's marketplace of valuation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, presenters. This is from a practitioner's point of view, from a practitioner's presentation on the effect of wrong applications of depreciation outgoings and basis of valuation. I'm sure many of us will have some inputs, some contributions, and also questions. So, okay, let me quickly call on our chairman, Exabon, for his input.
Mr. President, all other protocols of that. I'm very, very excited that I'm at this MCPD. Olorogun, thank you very much for throwing up very exciting topics for us to articulate. My noble colleague Benga, you have done a fantastic job, and I thank you so much for what you are doing. Like the topic of what you were to talk about is the various things we are not doing properly, which is affecting our evaluation. First of all, you are an imported valuer because you have mentioned Green Book only once in this your write-up, while you have mentioned IBSC several times. So I want you to come right home when you are talking to us so that we try to build up our own. That is why we are working on our Green Book, and that is why these presentations are very apt for us. But Bega, I want to observe one thing. If you look at your office, where your head office is, there's a filling station down the road by the left or right. That filling station must have been there long before they redeveloped that where your office is. That filling station is still operating, if I'm correct. And if you look at it, if we are talking about, gentlemen, please, I'm sorry. I'm trying to bring him to where so that we can localize what we are talking about. Now, when you look at that filling station there, that is the concept. When we were here, no filling station was bigger than this hall because they were selling petrol, kerosene, and so on. So it was not the massive building infrastructure they build now as filling stations. You can find out that that small station, which has acquired, there are people who say they must buy petrol from that place. And if they have petrol, they will sell more than the filling station, which they have spent 200 million to build on Lekki Expressway. And they have a supply only once in a month. And now, because of the kind of business we are running, the person in the Lekki wants to divest from that business and calls you to value that filling station, which he has not sold one drop of since he finished construction. Why he's selling it is that his source of supply, which would enable him get all this data which we need to do this valuation. And the man who is in that your small neighborhood, who is selling, how will amortization, because this man has finished amortizing the cost of that thing over, because it was owned by any of these old multinationals. How do we relate it to depreciation vis-a-vis the valuation we are going to do today? Look at now, if you come here, the filling stations, they are all there to sell. Nobody, please, let's be honest. I don't know who has valued the filling station that they have given you a data of what they have sold in a month or in a year to enable you come out with. So you can come out with the expenses, but they can never. Somebody gets a supply one month, he will not get the supply, and he has capacity to sell maybe 1,000 liters. So how do your evaluation influence a decision? Because somebody has built a 10 pump station and he hasn't got supply to sell even one pump. That investment is there and you are valuing it for him to enable other people to take an investment decision on it, or otherwise to accept it in their accounting papers, accounting books. How do we use depreciation or amortization to advise using these parameters I've told you? So that is why we need, in fact, this is why this paper is apt. What is happening in our climate is unique because there is no fuel shortage for any dealer abroad. Am I correct? So he knows that he will, when his supply is finished, he will get this, he will get this. Those things are there. But here it's wrong. So let us try and adapt all what we are doing to our local conditions. That is what I'm trying to drive at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ex-Vabon Chairman, for that comment and contribution. You have comment? Okay, Professor.
I stand on the existing protocol. I have to appreciate the speaker for a paper well presented. His topic was very apt. It's very apt, and he read extensively to treat so many issues and bordering on standard and practice. So in that regard, I commend you very much. You are talking about standard, and I want to ask some questions for clarifications, because when you talk about standard, we are talking about consistency, uniformity, and reliability. And when we use different terminologies to describe one thing, then there will be a little confusion in our standard of practice. That I noticed that during the course of presentation, we thought we are using open market value. And I'm not too sure that that terminology is still applicable in our valuation dictionary today. What we use today is market value. Unless somebody is going to correct me, I will accept. Then secondly, we talk about profit method of valuation. I want us to see that the link between profit and income method of valuation or investment of valuation. That method is used to enable us arrive at the income to apply in investment method of valuation. That's why if you go to IVS standard, you see profit method, you will not see residual method there, because all of them are aspects of income method of valuation. So when it's good that we tell our members so that they understand the link, that it doesn't stand a loan method of its own. It's not. Then I also observed too that in the course of our presentation, we talked about physical obsolescence. I'm aware of physical deterioration, functional obsolescence, and economic obsolescence. That is the language of the valuation standard and most reputable textbooks. So this the fourth one I want to mention about is applicable yield. You mentioned applicable yield. I don't know what I mean. That in an area like Ikeja, there's a yield operating in Ikeja or in Ikoyi. There's a yield. That was what the speaker before you that extensive on this issue, that we should use yield derived from the market, that our yields more market driven. Even when the market is not very active, we should find a way of deriving a yield from the market, even by extension. For instance, we are valuing an office block at Ikate and NVI. The market there is not very active. I describe that as some active market because we have renters, but you don't have sales to use to divide net income over price. So what you did was, okay, this place is under grade B office property. Let's look at grade B residential property in the area, which have sales and income data. What is the income, net income, what is the prices? We now derived a yield. And I said, what is the risk in this property and the one we are valuing? We look at the various risks and start adjusting and come to a point where we say, okay, this property is this yield, and the one we are valuing, we are adopting this yield because it has a higher risk than residential property. And that is because, so if you call me any day, I will defend it, because I follow the process. And that is why valuation is an arts and science. So that scientific science is that you have to follow a scientific process to arrive at your opinion or decision. So that anytime you are called upon, you can defend. But if you say, I use 6%, why? How do you arrive to 6%? They can use 7%, we can use 9%. So there's no basis of what you arrived at. It's rigorous, but you have to face this issue and learn it if we have to survive in this profession. But if not that, we are being threatened. Our profession is threatened, but we are doing it in an easy way that makes it simple for us. But there's no way out of it than follow the standard set out internationally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, erudite Professor Austin Otegbulu. Thank you very much. Our online participants, can we confirm there are questions from any of them? I see questions from the online or comments from any of our online audience participant, please. Okay. While confirming that, first Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President and noble colleagues. Thank you, Ismail, for a good presentation. Station valuation. I want to talk about my own experience here. We've had issues with major oil marketers whom we have advised. I will speak from experience here. I'm sure most of us know the filling station in Bagada before you enter Express. We actually advised in the acquisition of that filling station. And in Abuja, the filling station near AP Plaza, that's on Adetukubu Ademola, and then the one in near Barnett Plaza. That's the Eternal Oil. Yes, those three filling stations we advised in the acquisition. And there were issues. You see, filling station valuation is very, very specialized. Chairman of Hesbabon made mention of something that is very critical. Even the data to be supplied by the operators, they can never be credible. And do you really need it? Perhaps if you are doing filling station evaluation, you don't really need it. You just collect it, and then if they give you, because they will never give you the reliable data. But what is expected is that we use market-derived data. Now, there are categories. You need to look at the capacity of the filling station, the number of pumps, the fuel, the tank capacity, the storage capacity, the forecourt area, and then also the non-fuel, aspect. But in determining, because you need to understand that the current operator may not be efficient. They may not be running that filling station efficiently. And the market expects you to put up a value that is assumed to be efficient and is market derived. So the issue actually is that so that was why the oil major always invite us to do those valuations for them. Because when we do the valuation, the owners, because in the first instance, you are determining the rent. And like the professor BOT member did say, it is not a standalone method on its own. You are doing that profit method to arrive at net income. That is the one to capitalize in order to get the market value of that facility. And the point that you need to understand is that when you do that, the owner, if it is not owned by the oil major, if that facility is not owned by the oil major, the owner of that premises is interested because his own rent is dependent on the net income. Because in the agreement, in the tenancy agreement or whatever, or this agreement, he will have stated the portion of the net income that will be applicable as the rent. So he's interested. And the point actually is, it also depends on how that tenancy agreement is captured. So when you are doing that valuation, the owner is interested, and then the oil major itself, especially when it comes to acquisition, they are also interested because you don't want to overpay and you don't want to underprice. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that petrol station valuation is, from our own point of view, should be market determined, market driven. The data should be market data. Forget about the operating data that they will supply you, because in the first instance, the operators may not actually be running that place efficiently. A filling station. You also need to look at the traffic, the vehicular traffic, and all those things are actually imputed. So, and when it comes to negotiation, that is where you see a lot of ignorance being displayed by both the landlord and whatever. And you need to be on top of your game. So my point here is that petrol station valuation, to be honest with you, is not something that we should joke with. You must have data, and then you must have it at the back of your mind that it is actually market data that you will apply. Don't apply and assume that the data you are given is actually the one you work with. If you work with that, you are going to be off the cuff. So it is important. And then in the adjustment, you see, the Professor Otegbulu told us, which we should also know, that it is actually the net income. So in your analysis, in your adjustment, outgoings and so on, that will have been taken care of. And then let us understand also that when you are capitalizing the fuel component, it is going to be different when you are doing evaluation from the non-fuel component income, because they have different characteristics. The non-fuel components, you can see they are based on rental income that you are receiving. So that one is different. And it is like land and building valuation. The fuel component is the one that is not predictable. It is dependent on the throughput and then on, margin and, other things like that. So it is important we understand this. It is a very, very difficult valuation, but to be honest with you, I don't think it's something that is out of our reach. I also want to say that some of our practitioners, some of our senior practitioners, I want to say this here. We were doing valuation also for some of the oil majors for their financial reporting. And the issue of fees now became the issue. And one thing about us, I'm not in the mass market valuation sector. And the point is that we will agree on my fees, and then if you want us to do it, we will do it. But I got a call about 2 years ago, and they said, this valuation you are doing for us, we like it, and then we want you to continue to do, but this is what we got from a competitor who happens to be bigger than us, that he was going to do the valuation 50,000 naira per filling station. 50,000 naira. We are going to do the nationwide valuation of all the retail, all the filling station out there. 50,000. I asked the finance director. I said, "Are you really serious?" He said, "Yes." So the MD said, "You should come for a meeting." So I went for a meeting in Lagos here, and we sat down. And I said, "Look, the point actually is that this is what we can do. If you get it cheaper and you get the same result, please go ahead." And that was how we lost that valuation. And to be honest with you, I never regretted it. Only this year, last year, around August, they called us and said, "Look, we want you to come back, but we will double what we are paying." I said, "No, it's not about negotiating fees. So let us build our knowledge, let us build our capacity, and it will pay off at the end of the day." Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, our first Vice President, for that practical insight into petrol station valuation. Do we have any? There are no comments from the online participant. Just one more person. Meanwhile, just hold on it. May I humbly request that our distinguished senior members come to the high table, followed by our chairman, Ezra Bond, and our board of trustees. Can they come up to the high table and sit comfortably, sirs? Our chairman, Lagos branch, and honorary national secretary should come up as well. Okay, I think we have someone. Okay, yes, please go ahead with your question, please. You have a question or a contribution? Please go ahead.
My name is ESVJO Ipitoye. regarding the question of evaluation of petrol filling station. The question is, what value are we looking at precisely? Is it compulsory acquisition of the petrol filling station? Is it of purchase or for sale? All these factors will make a difference in arriving at our opinion of value. But there are factors that determine value generally. We look at the utility of that property, the filling station. We look at the scarcity. We look at the concept of marketability of it and the purchasing power during that time period. All these have important factors help in determining value. Now, value for filling station for compulsory acquisition. There are a lot of things that come into it. The Land Use Act, we have to be looking into. One, the cost of value of that land, which is almost nothing as far as land is concerned. The cost of relocation of the machinery to another site, and all other factors are considered. Now, the valuation itself may not necessarily be profit method of valuation. Otherwise, we may not arrive at any sound opinion of value. Because there are some filling stations in a location that they don't even make any profit. Nothing comes there. And if you go by the profit method of valuation or throughput method of valuation, it's going to give a wrong signal. And that is why, in the other time, I was advocating that various valuation methods, one should not marry himself to one particular method. It is good to approach the valuation from different approaches, from the cost element approach, the profit method itself, and direct comparison.
Thank you very much.
We should struggle to get data concerning these areas so that we can
bring your points home.
Incontestable opinion of value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just call on our speakers to react to the comment, questions, and other contribution. Just 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The first question and comment came from our chairman of SBABON, accusing me of calling all the other standards are not Green Book. That is not my fault. It is your fault, sir. With all apology, the Green Book should be in front of us. It should be our daily consultant. It should be our Bible. I am challenging SBABON. Immediately make it available in 2022 version, so we can refer to it. It is still in 2017 hard book, whilst the others have moved to 2022 as of today. So I will refer to it at my next opportunity. The open market value from our BOT member, Professor Otegbulu, I stated clearly that I was using the fair value for this particular case study. The open market value is almost getting redundant. And it's important we understand it as valuers. It is almost getting redundant. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. But some of us still use it. Some of us still use it. I will use it because we don't understand. But we have to continue saying it, that it is now more often fair value, fair market value, and market value. We must understand that clarity as we go on. And I recommend that workshops are done. In fact, the Valuation Faculty of Business Association have put it down that this particular year, we're going to do more workshops to train on reporting, on actuality of standards and effect of using the right method. It's going to be workshops, not seminars. So everybody knows the practicability of what we're doing. Profit methods and its current application. I agree again, profit method is a sub of income approach. If you look at the program itself, I put it there. There are three methods: income approach, sales approach, and cost approach. But under income approach, the profit method is still there. It's called FMT, fair maintainable trade something. That's what it is. It's the profit method. It's what used for hotels. Any business that has, any real estate business that has free cash opportunity, different from the DCF and income. And it is wrong if you try and use, let me not say wrong, but it's been a wrong approach if you try and use the DCF or the capitalization method for an example of petrol station or even a hotel. Because it has an obvious cash flow from business. And as the first vice mentioned, inefficiency might be there in different operators. And that's what you're actually looking at. Who is best running this station in its best location? And location actually matters. That's where you effectively put some advantages in the throughput method. And then let me address one other thing that was mentioned in terms of non-fuel and fuel. So when you do non-fuel, you take a straight income rental immediately. But when you do fuel, the throughput method, you take the income, then deduct cost of sales from that before you go to the free cash that you would add to the non-fuel income. That wasn't specifically addressed in my own presentation earlier. Then again, said market yield, and I put here market yield integrity. Again, we need to clearly understand this. Currently, I don't know if ESV Abadon is still here. I will challenge many people if they present a yield to me that they can defend. I will challenge you immediately. If you present a yield to me for an investment valuation, I will challenge it because I'll ask you to show me and prove your data to me. So, the rent from it, prove the rent and prove the capital value. And then you will give me the performance of the different sector. The performance of a different sector, meaning office, warehouse, residential, or land. You will prove those performances to me, that how you arrive at yield. Most times, YP is easy because we go straight to YP in Paris table. That's not yield. That's not investment growth yield. That's capitalization. We do not have the depth of data in this country currently to effectively defend a DCF or an investment valuation. It is very difficult. So everything we do is highly on guessing and guessing what is close. If my office, I always tell them when they bring me those valuations, they use 5%. Always 5%. Why are you always using 5%? What does 5% mean to you? Where are you getting 5% from? There is no asset in Nigeria that's doing 5% today. None. So where are you getting it from? So market yield integrity is something that we need to work on and churn out transactions, churn out. We need to collaborate on this so that we produce information that the market and we as valuers confidently use. And I think it's ESV, Victoria, am I correct? Is he still here? I specified in my presentation that the case study is assumed to be a sale and a purchase. That's what the case study. So everything written there is assuming the station is for sale or it's being, whichever way, being put up for sale to be bought by a purchaser. So my assumptions are in that direction. So he didn't consider compulsory purchase. He didn't consider all the other aspects that you have talked about effectively. Thank you very much. I think I've addressed all the issues.
Thank you very much. Second presenters, Estates of and Value Agbenga Ismail.
Thank you so much, HMPS. Noble colleagues. You see, I think today's MCPD, I'm sure for a very long time, is the kind of lectures or discussion we're having here that affects the way we practice. This is not an MCPD where we'll be talking of foreign investment. This. We are looking at two major topics. I want to appreciate the two speakers. These are contentious issues, debates. When the MCPD committee sent these topics to me, I should be appreciated here. They should applaud me here. I'm sure the chairman knows that, because it's serious debate. You don't just send something to me, I will just accept it. I will query, we'll talk, we'll debate. So here we are with this kind of topic. I want to say here that we are talking about data in everything. Even among ourselves, we hold our data. Amongst ourselves. We don't share data for us to learn. And we are talking about data. Oh, the owners of the filling stations will not give us data. What of amongst ourselves? Let me say here, we were referring to market data. I am sure we also know that there are some organizations or institutions that are very good in this. When you collaborate and engage them, you learn from them. One of the reasons, my first port of call as your president was Lagos Business School. And one of the things they agree with us, that this partnership, we will have access to their data. You and I know that they have a lot of economic data that will affect the way we do our work. And that is why in the wisdom of counsel, we are almost completing the signing of the MOU with Lagos Business School, which will inform everybody that if you need data that you want, economic data, market data, there are some market data, economics in nature that you need to interpret your work. You will now have access to it. Apart from the aspect that they said that NISV, Lagos Business School, will now be doing annual conference on the real estate sector of the economy. From that kind of collaboration and engagement, it will enrich us in carrying out our work. And again, our relationship with National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies is also on issue of access to data, access to research work they have done, and we all know what they have in their possession. And by the grace of God, more collaborations with such organizations, institutions will help us So I want to honestly appreciate the two speakers. They did a very good job. Please let us clap for them. And remember, in my manifesto, I said, I want to make sure, go and look at it, that our MCPD should be practical based, workshop based. The beauty here is these two speakers are available. As your president, take their numbers. Relate with them if you have any clarifications. Because all these things cannot be, what they have treated today is not something you can just do in 2 hours and understand. There are many questions that are not clear to some people. They are your colleagues, they are our colleagues. They are ready to share their experiences with you. And I'm happy you've also heard from my first vice, who has a lot of experience. In fact, I want to thank you because that is the area we are talking about. He even went as far as telling us the particular stations, trying to tell us that's the practical experience we are talking about. Tell us, I did this, I did that. Some of us know those filling stations. His numbers are there. Reach him, even if he may not be available. I'm sure he has his team can refer you to give you more clarifications. We need to learn. Nobody has that monopoly of knowledge. And that is what our Eswabon chairman used to say. We need to learn from each other. Even though he's an asset to us as a profession. Thank you so much. I want to also appreciate our Board of Trustees chairman. You see, carefully, he has been listening to all this. One thing I appreciate is our Ogafo, Ochendo One. After all this, he has noted some few things. When we get back, President, work on this. President, look at this. Okay, thank you so much. With all the trustees, you see, you can imagine how many MCPD will do, see, 4 of them. First, you see the kind of people here is because of their passion and love for the profession. I want to appreciate all of you, sir. Thank you so much. And I also want to appreciate all of you here physically present and those online. It's not easy. Look at the crowd here. Even, Mike, the chairman said Lagos, they will gradually be building. I'm sure he has been standing up to be looking at the back. The crowd, they are all here. You know, Lagos is a special place. They like money. Oh. Hey, it's obvious in Lagos. So, noble colleagues, please, if in fact the topic of yields, we need to also talk to ourselves and dissect it. There are so many topics from what they have discussed here that we need to single out and discuss. I may have to call them. Maybe, as your president, I'll just call them that to refresh 1 hour online. Then they will be asking us questions and people will be answering. No, you answer them. We'll just arrange MCP. Just chat, interact. One evening, send a Zoom link for these 2 presenters to ask us questions on what they have done. And let people who interact. We make mistakes, we learn from each other. So, noble colleagues, I want to thank you all for this wonderful event which you all came, listened to, and I am sure we are all going back with different ideas concerning these 2 topics. And just as I think the first vice has said it. I want to direct that all branch chairmen, they may not be there physically with you. Arrange a CPD that if they cannot come, it must not be physical, from their comfort of their office, to retreat with, these very two topics to all your members. Some of them are not here. At that time, it will be pro bono. You understand? It's because it's online issue. Even if it is going to be too much, we are talking to ourselves. So once again, I want to thank all of my organs here. I appreciate all of you, my management team, the assets. Anytime, any day. And, Benga is someone that is well polished. He has informed us now that the professional association, I want to see the timetable so that I will share it for our members on what you were trying to explain just now. So once again, thank you and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. May I call on our President for the presentation of plaque to our presenters? Essence of your value, Olalekan Aboderin, please, can you just come up?
Thank you so much. I remember when I was first vice, as an associate, he came to lecture all members of membership. He came to train us on how to assess your synopsis, analysis. So he has been delaying since, but thank God by tomorrow, by the grace of God, I hope you have cleared your debt too. So on behalf of the institution, I want to appreciate you. Always available. Thank you for what you have done. This man standing here, this topic was given to him in less than maybe 2 weeks. You can imagine. And for you to be the chairman or vice chairman of Lagos State Branch is a lot of work to do. They hosted the council, hosted membership. They are hosting this MCPD. When I mean hosting, they are part of running around. And when I spoke to the chairman, he said, I have delegated my vice chairman. He's capable. He should handle it. Please, let's give this man a round of applause. The entire meeting of council yesterday, or day before yesterday, was it? Day before yesterday, was hosted by Lagos State, who the venue and the entertainment. Please, let's clap for Lagos State. Because we have agreed in council that all our meetings will be held in Abuja, except any state wants to host us. So I'm sure people like Ekiriti, who has experience. So, Oga is here. So you just take us to Cross River and go and spoil us. I'm sure Oloye, the Placesetter branch we also do the same. We need to be like, I don't want to mention any politician who does not like to spend money. So we don't need to spend money anyhow because we have so much ahead of us. I want to thank you, Benga, with a lot of things, the back work you've been doing, all the wahala, and you still have time to put up a paper like this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Can we have estate survey and value Oluwabusiyi Adepoju? My president, the MCPD committee wish to appreciate one of their regular sponsors.
You know, for MCPD to single out one person, I know all of us are doing, shows a lot of commitment. Let me not do this presentation. You know, in the last administration, my IPP used to say that I have one heavyweight here. If I need anybody who wants to fight, the pool is there. That if I need the man who has, I don't want to say too much. Let me call on my first vice president to do this presentation. Thank you so much, man. You know, money. That's why I call him.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I stand on the protocol already established. On behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, we'd like to present this merit award to you in recognition and appreciation of your support and sponsorship of our National MCPD program. We thank you very much, and we hope this will be the beginning of an enduring relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the honor to present it.
Thank you very much. The conference committee will also reach out to you for sponsorship.
Better look for your person. Don't go and borrow from MCPD.
For vote of thanks, I want to call on the Vice Chairman, National MCPD Committee, in person of Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Dr. Mcpd, for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
The President, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, the first Vice President here present, the second Vice President, Chairman, Board of Trustees, Chairman Esvabon, Chairman, Board of Fellows. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. It is a privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this MCPD. I, on behalf of the MCPD committee, extend my hearty vote of thanks to all participants who graciously blessed us with their presence, physically, virtually, and those who are here. I must also mention a deep sense of appreciation to the speakers, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Bordering Olelokon, and Estate Surveyor and Valuer Benga Ishmael for their well-presented papers. At this point, I also want to extend my special thanks to our sponsors, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Demola Lawal and Partners, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Lawal Rahim, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Oluwabusiyi Adepoju, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Kayode Shegun and Associates. I'm also grateful to Mr. President for giving the committee an opportunity to organize this event. I also wish to express my gratitude to the chairman of the MCPD committee. We all know that there is no program that can be organized successfully by just one single person. And that's why at this time, I want to say a very big thank you to all members of the MCPD committee. And even those who are not part of the committee, I call them the volunteers, they also stood by us. Their time, their contributions, and their money they spent to put into this event to make it successful. Once again, I want to say thank you to everyone who was able to make it virtually and physically. I wish you all safe journey and my best wishes always. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. The program has come to an end, and it has, you want to agree with me, it has been a very wonderful event. We want to close with a prayer. May I call on Estate Surveyor and Valuer Bashir Rahim. Can we be seated, please, to lead us in the closing prayer? Please, let's be seated for the closing prayer. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Bashir Rahim for the closing prayer.
Noble colleagues, please, just 1 minute, 2 minutes, that's all. Please, stop moving. This prayer time, please. Just, let's finish.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has made it possible for us to gather here today in order to train and learn from the assets we have in the institution. And we thank him that we've gained a lot. And we pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us the strength to apply all we have learned here today so that we can be better estate surveyors and followers in Nigeria. We pray for the institution, right from our president. God Almighty Allah will continue to strengthen you and all your committee, all your team, so that you'll be able to lead the institution to the promised land. All of these we have requested from Allah. No other person can grant all our requests except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. May Allah accept our prayer. Allahumma anta maktana bidu'aik wa wa'atana bi ijaba. Nastaghfiruka ya Allah ya Aziz ya Rabbal Alamin. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamu ala al-mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amen.
The e-copy will be sent to all those who paid.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wish you safe trip to your respective destination. Thank you.
Don't sleep, don't sleep. Wake up. Can I have money? Speak, wake up. Can I have money? Wake up. Go get the moolah. Wake up. Don't walk it, don't try. You're supposed to be jai. Kill up mommy, come best name at all, best name with a man on. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you there, Buddha. Let me see you. Let me see you there, Buddha. I did see you get down, you be wine. When you cry, I go right to your eye. Give me your bag, make I feel like I'm the only one, you don't need another. I hold you down. You know this, you know. You pray, you don't get anywhere where I want you. If I could, I would love you in my next life. I don't really care about tomorrow. As long as you there right now, I go check fine. You got me here when I'm low, low. Daddy, you can take my soul. All these things where they talk right now, I just love my body and bone. Oh, body and soul. Mm. Oh, oh, yes, oh. I be sing, you get dance, you get wine. When you cry, I go wipe your eyes. You give me your bag, make I feel like oh, I'm the only one, you don't need another. I hold you down. You know this, baby. And I've told you now. I'm right there, I there for you, baby. You don't get anywhere where I want to. If I could, I would love you in my next life. I don't really care about tomorrow. As long as you there right now, I go check fine. You got me here when I'm low, low. Daddy, you can take my soul. All these things where they talk right now, I just love my body and bone. Oh, body and soul. Mm. Oh, oh, yes, oh. I love the way you put it on me. That's the way you did to me, the money. It's a vibe and a rock in your body. The competition for your side, oh, they know it is. I can look me where I'm Peace, I'm there for you, I hold you down. Peace, peace, anywhere where I want. I could have love you in my next life. I don't really care about tomorrow. As long as you did it right now, I would do it fine. You got me out of the they can take my soul. This thing that they love. They love my body and soul. Boy, born dead. When I day on speed, more kilometer, kilometer, I got the old meter. When I day we goes, we smoke with no shisha. I fuck shisha, walk what no risa. I don't decide you can see. She like your style, then I see. You want to be a shake and on the side, we know get this. Kilo, kilo, kilo. Oh my name, zino, zino, zino. Zino, I'm blue fancy. Give me like blue fancy. Kilo, kilo, kilo. Oh my name, zino, zino, zino. Zino, I'm blue fancy. Give me like blue fancy. That they don't feel more jacket, look more jacket. I don't care, show at your that they don't feel more jacket, no me. I don't care, show at your look, look, look,
Yeah. Don't sleep.
Man getting high till I fade out. If the vibe no pure on my way out. Hula balu, anytime we step out. The men them outside, we know they house. No they look for us, we know they house. No they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, say the maga don't pay out. Okay, oh. See, I'm ahead of them, I shoot at you. I'm a fucking baller, you got only me. No man fit talk shit to me, you go collect, oh. See, I'm on a me, the leader, she what you. I'm a fucking baller, you got only me. No man fit talk shit